Okay, I think we're good. I think we're live now. Sorry for the slightly late start. I clicked go live on this stream and it just kept saying going live, going live, going live, and nothing actually happened. So I imagine you guys didn't see anything. I did like a bit of an intro, but I imagine you guys didn't see that. But now it looks like everything's working fine. So please just ensure to me that you can hear me, you can see me, everything looks decent enough, because at this point, that's really all I want. Top of the morning to you laddies, my name is the Raptor, and today we're going to be doing another Ballot Banter stream. So if you're new to this kind of thing, you don't really know how this works, basically this is where we showcase the matchups that are submitted to me by the channel members. So you can see all the names that are in like the bottom side of the screen. Those are all of our tier 2 plus channel members, so tier 2, 3, and 4. So all of those guys are able to submit for Ballot Banters. So if you want to become a member and you want to submit for later ones, of course there is always the join button below. It's always up to your discretion. There is also the Discord server, which is where you would actually submit for them. So that's where we're going to be doing this, because we're going to be looking at the Discord chat itself. So you will have to join the Discord if you want to do that, but of course you can also get in on all the other perks that we have. This is just like the main one that actually contributes to live streams. We do live streams every single month, but we do these Ballot Banter streams every other month, so that's kind of how we're doing it, at least for right now. Thank you, the candidate, for becoming a tier 2 member. There you go. So yeah, now we have another members. That's great. Thank you so much for joining, and you can definitely submit for the next Ballot Banter stream and get in all the other perks. So yes, again, it's tier 2 and up. So Velociraptor, that is tier 2. So thank you so much for joining. That is amazing of you, and anyone else who wants to join as a member, that is great. Thank you, Mr. Goodies, for the $2. That is amazing. Hi, Raptor. Hi, Mr. Goodies. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you, everyone, for stopping by for any amount of time that you're here. Yeah, it's great to see you guys. Just making sure everything's good. I can't see and hear. I'm deaf and blind, but everything seems fine on my end. Seems good now. Okay, looks like we're all good with that then. Yeah, just a bit of a later start than I would have wanted, but I'm gonna blame that on YouTube. I'm not gonna blame that on me, because that's just YouTube's fault. A few things I should say before we get started though. We have the most submissions that we have ever had for a Ballot Banter. I'm talking like almost 40, if not exactly 40, which is much better than the Sigasmith, thank you so much for the gift. Thank you so much for that. I didn't really get a great look at it, but it's the treat for 5 jewels. Thank you so much for I think it's a dog treat. Thank you so much for that. That is great. Yes, I'll get to the whole super chat and stuff. Oh, and did you send another one? Thank you so much. You guys are great. You guys are amazing. Yes, I will get to the whole like super chatting and gifting policy in just a second, but before we get into all that, so yes, we have a ton of submissions this time, way more than way more than normal. And if I'm being honest, I think this is probably the way that it's going to the way that's probably going to keep up, because I can't imagine the amount of submissions getting smaller. If anything, I just imagine them staying around this level or maybe even getting bigger. So I think what I have to emphasize more in this stream than any other is the fact that these are not reviews of matchups in the same ways that like versus matchup review is, right? Instead, it's more of just like a showcase of the submissions where I basically just give like my unfiltered, basic thoughts, like anything that I have to say about them, right? Like anything that I have to say. So generally what's going to happen, I think, is we're going to have to go through these a little bit quicker. And again, treating it more like a showcase where it's just like, this is what this guy submitted. What do you guys think about this? And I'll give like some basic thoughts on it. But generally it is going to have to be quicker, not like rushing through it, but still stepping on the gas a little bit, right? And this is, I think, going to be more along the lines of what I expected Ballot Banter to be, like when I conceptualized it for channel memberships in the first place. When I go back and rewatch some episodes of Ballot Banter, I'm actually surprised by like how much I was able to say for some of the matchups, but because we have this volume now, I definitely don't think it's going to be to that level. And there's only so much I can prepare for and so much I can stream like this before it starts to feel like hell for me. And I feel like this is still the best way to make sure everyone gets a fair amount of time or an equal amount of time on their submission, right? And I think this is better than trying to say like, oh, half the members submit for this stream and then the other half submit for the next stream, because I just find that to be lame. And I feel like we shouldn't do that until like we have to necessarily, until like the member count really explodes. So I feel like this is just the most fair for everything, right? So it's definitely going to be at a quicker pace, but I hope you guys still enjoy the commentary anyway. So I guess maybe a little closer to what you would expect from like Death Battle's own ballot banter. But again, I still have some prepared notes for each one, just not as much as usual, you know? And again, you know, as you saw some people super chatting and whatnot, of course, yes, I will keep an eye on the chat. The super chats are what are guaranteed to be read. I know there are some people that have, you know, labored complaints before being like, oh, you keep skipping over my messages, or you still haven't answered my question. And I do still want to, you know, talk to you guys, generally speaking, and, you know, I do try to make sure I'm not skipping over someone too much. You know, if I do, that's completely by accident, I am sorry. But because of the volume of messages we get at times, and because I still have a job to do here, I do have to reinforce that the super chats are what is guaranteed to be read. You don't have to do it, it's all up to your discretion, but if you want to, I will love you. And if you want to gift memberships or become a member, I will love you even more. But if you just want to sit back and enjoy the ride, that is great too. I appreciate you nonetheless. So it looks like I think we're all good to go. Now I will, should I re-enable you? Well, I'm gonna have to change the change to the ballot banter slot anyway. I think maybe I'll re-enable the preview. The frame count might drop by just a little bit while we're setting this up, or while we're transitioning to this. So I'll give it like just a little bit of time, but generally speaking, this shouldn't affect things too badly. If it does, then there's a lot of people that are sending a lot of stuff, or sorry, a lot of people that are saying that things are going badly, then please let me know. I got an Uncle Alert gift from Mira. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, no, I feel older every day. I feel so much older. I still have my water, by the way. I just realized I forgot the boomstick plush. Usually I have that next to me during these things. Don't have it right now, but you know, he's with us in spirit, of course. And thank you so much, Overlord, for the super chat. Good morning, Raptor. Good afternoon to you. Is that Lloyd versus Tommy? We must make certain Kai versus Tahu does well to achieve more Ninjago episodes. If you want Jay versus Mikey, or the Green Ninja, or the Green Ranger, we need Kai versus Tahu to succeed. Absolutely. Also, Apex, thank you so much for the Uncle Alert. I feel like that's going to be a very popular gift in this chat. But yes, absolutely. For more Ninjago, we definitely want something like this to work. I don't know if all of them are going to be stop motion like Kai versus Tahu will be, but still, like, seeing more of that series on absolutely is something that I want, right? And something that we should all be wanting more variety, right? So yes, very much hoping that Kai versus Tahu does well. We will find out in about a week. Thank you so much for the super chat, for the $20. That is great of you. But yeah, let me just get a drink of water and then we will get started. So you guys should be able to hear the music too, right? I imagine. Yeah, I think so. I think we're all good. Anyway, so starting off, so this is especially one that I feel like I don't need to spend a lot of time on. So this is Lego Joker versus Lego Green Goblin, DC versus Marvel. You get the gist by now. Also, I see a hi Raptor at the bottom. Hi back to the two people that reacted to that. So yes, if you guys don't know, Joker versus Green Goblin and Emperor Joker versus Goblin King were both submitted by the same guy, may I say, in the previous Ballot Banter episodes, and the two previous ones. So this is like the running joke that we have. It is funny that we actually are talking about Lego now that we were just talking about Kai versus Tahu, and that is the next episode of Death Battle. It's funny that we're getting a Lego matchup, especially since I think this was submitted before we knew Kai versus Tahu was coming. So that's kind of funny. Now, of course, when I was talking about Emperor Joker versus Goblin King, I thought that, you know, oh yeah, it's a cool idea, but Death Battle's probably not going to do that one over regular Joker versus Green Goblin, right? Even though I thought there was still a chance that, like, they could have. It was always a possibility. However, I don't think there's any chance that they would do this one instead of the other versions, because, again, why the hell would they? But it is still a funny thought. I guess, like, as far as Lego goes, like, you know, there would be more contained scaling, like scaling to just, like, I guess the Marvel and DC games, but also like the animated shorts, because I believe both DC and Marvel have them, so I guess they would be pulling from all of that stuff. But I do also think that the debate, ironically, would almost be the most unpredictable out of the Joker versus Green Goblins that we've been talking about so far, but only because not a lot of people would be familiar with the specific scaling from these Lego worlds, right? Once they learn about that, then I guess it's more like, okay, it might be more predictable, or maybe it wouldn't be. Maybe it actually would be very close if you look at everything. So there is that element that's kind of kind of funny there. But yeah, it's cool to keep up the joke. Thank you so much, Certified Joe Swanson Stan, for your Joker versus Green Goblin support. It is great. And yeah, again, Lego is really cool to think about. I think, yeah, Joker versus Green Goblin does have a good chance of happening still. So we'll see how that goes. Thank you, Overlord, again for the super chat. Also, quick follow-up, Raptor. Kai, Jay, and Lloyd all have popular matchups, but do you have any for Zane or Cole, as I haven't seen any significantly popular matchups for either? For Zane, I have heard Mac from Power Rangers Overdrive, but I've also heard, like, Penny, Paul, and Dina for Zane before. I'm kind of hopping more on the Penny versus Serial Designation N train, but I have heard those two opponents. Overdrive was actually one of the two Power Rangers matchups or not Power Ranger matchups, one of the two main Power Rangers series that I watched all the way through. So that would be kind of cool to see Mac on the show, the main, I think he's the Red Ranger, the main Ranger from Power Rangers Overdrive. Cole, I don't know. I don't really have anything in mind for that, but Zane, there's at least a couple for you if you really want. And also, Fez, thank you for the super chat. Joker versus Goblin will be comic fans lose versus Anne. I mean, as I've said before, like, I've kind of warmed back up to Joker versus Green Goblin. You know, not my favorite necessarily, just because, again, we've had so much, like, Spider-Man versus Batman, but there are probably still enough unique elements, and of course, these characters themselves are just incredible to watch, right? So from that perspective, it's like, I would still probably love the episode as long as they stay true to the characters, right? So I don't know. I don't want to say I think it definitely will happen, but like I think it has a better chance than maybe what I was thinking before. So yeah, we'll see what happens with Joker versus Green Goblin. And just like that, we're moving on. So now we have I Would Love This. Very weird names for the characters. No, I'm kidding. I do recommend in the future, please, like, give, you know, the title of the matchup, like the characters in their series, and ideally also a little blurb about, like, what the matchup is, just for future reference when you're submitting. But it's okay. I got you for this one. So these characters, if you don't know who they are Ben Tennyson from Ben 10 versus Nathan Adams from Yokai Watch. So this is a very similar concept to Ben versus Jade and Yuki, right? Like, it's the same, like, aliens versus monsters, or monsters versus aliens, DreamWorks trademarked, right? So it's a similar kind of thing to that. And I do think that kind of idea is very fun. Like the idea of Ben being able to transform into all of his aliens, but then he fights a character where it's not necessarily like they transform or they have powers, they just have like their monsters that they send out towards him, right? Like, I think that concept is still a really cool concept. I've warmed up more to Ben versus Jaden, but I think that's also because I have a much better idea of where those characters scale. With Yokai Watch, it's difficult because I don't know exactly where Yokai Watch scales, and I do wonder whether it would be closer. I do wonder whether it would be cooler just based on the specific yokai that are being used in the matchup, right? Because you kind of have to think about like the entire arsenal and think, what would you just want to see more of? Granted, I do think some people might prefer this matchup just because they're more of a yokai fan than a Yu-Gi-Oh fan, and same with, or the opposite with Ben versus Jaden as well, just because they're more of a Yu-Gi-Oh fan. But that's like how I like to look at it, right? So I would definitely want to look more to see like the specific yokai that Nathan has and see how that matches up with Ben's aliens. And I do want Ben to return, you know, I do want Ben to come back. I know I've said, you know, I only want him to come back if it's not toxic or whatever, but like, honestly, as I've said before, you're able to avoid the toxicity on the internet if you really want to, and I love Ben, and I think he should get a better episode, so very much would appreciate that. And there are some other Yokai Watch matchups out there, like Jibanyan I know has a few matchups, like I know there's Morgana from Persona. There's also a couple Pokemon like Pikachu and Meowth. And also Happy from Fairy Tail. I've heard that one a few times before. I guess that might be fun, but I know there are other ones that are more popular. So this wouldn't be my favorite for Ben. I think I still prefer Ben versus Jaden. But it's still, again, very suitable for that whole monsters versus aliens thing. And I think that is still cool. Moving on to the next one, we have a Dark Quest. Hang on, let me just check the frame rate for a second. The thing that's weird is that whenever I move my mouse, the frame rate seems to drop, which is like a new problem. There's always a new problem when it comes to streaming. I just noticed that I moved my mouse a little bit. It looks like the frame rate's all intact. Again, I'm sure you guys will yell at me if there's any like major problems with what we're doing. But okay, let's move on. So a Dark Quest. I keep wanting to say Simone because I'm so used to Simone the Digger. But Simon versus Bearer of the Curse. Castlevania versus Dark Souls. I know Simon versus Sir Arthur exists, but I still think this could be really, because both characters out on perilous quests through dark gothic lands, Transylvania and Dranglaic. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that. I don't know if it's misspelled. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it right. Specifically to find a cure for their fatal conditions. Thumbnail made by me. Very good thumbnail. Very good job on that. Alex Chen, thank you so much for the super chat. Are you familiar with a cartoon called Bravestar? I would like to see Marshall Bravestar get on Death Battle, but it doesn't seem very likely because he's from an obscure 80s cartoon. I'm not familiar with that character. Thank you so much for the super chat, but I don't think I've ever heard of that TV show or that character. I am watching some Johnny Quest. That's like a much older cartoon that not a lot of people seem to remember. That's kind of the one that's been on my mind right now. I've been watching that with my brother and my dad. But as far as Bravestar specifically, no, I'm not sure. I could look into that a little bit more maybe later. But yeah, some things it just like no one knows it. Is there any chance of it being on Death Isle? That is a fair worry. But who knows? Maybe it will, and hopefully you enjoy it if it does. And thank you, Overlord, again for the super chat. To be honest, Ben matchups will always be toxic due to Alien X. Alien X is literally the gold experience requiem of cartoons, which is unfortunate. Would prefer Gwen, Vilgax, or Kevin to get on the show before a Ben run back. Oh yeah, like Vilgax has some matchups out there. Of course, I really want Gwen versus Eve. And Kevin, yeah, I'm sure Kevin has some good matchups too. I've heard Absorbing Man. I'm kind of mixed on that one. But yeah, for sure. Other Ben characters will be great. But getting Ben back in general, yeah, if it's always going to be toxic, then why not? But yeah, so Simon versus Bearer of the Curse. This seems like an appropriate enough combination. Like you said, you did bring up Simon versus Sir Arthur. I do feel like there might be some other characters where the connections might be a little stronger. But I do still feel like this makes enough sense. Like, it kind of reminds me of something like James Bond versus John Wick, where you look at the matchup and you're like, well, the connections probably aren't the strongest out of all of them, but you know, you still get it, right? Like, it still makes a lot of sense. It's still like a very hardcore, like, fantasy type matchup. You can still enjoy it. You still get why they're fighting. This feels like a good version of that. And as again, like, specifically to find a cure for their fatal conditions, that really helps it, I think, as far as the connections. But again, regardless, it's like Death Battle could announce this and be like, oh yeah, that's kind of cool. Like, people would still be excited for it, I think, at least if they're like big fantasy fans. So even if there are other matchups where there might be some more connective tissue, I think this works just fine. And I would want more different characters and more different scaling from these franchises, because I think these franchises only have one episode apiece, right? Like Ganondorf versus Dracula and Skyrim versus Dark Souls, or, you know, when Chosen Undead was on. And I think it would be cool to see more different characters from those worlds, and again, different scaling, because I have to imagine these characters would scale to different things, right? At very least, like, I feel like Simon, like, does it make sense to scale him all the way up to Dracula? Because his weapons more so exploit, like, weaknesses, right? I feel like it's the kind of thing where the story would break if, like, just the regular Belmonts were on the same level of power as Dracula. Maybe I'm completely wrong, though. So I definitely would want to see more from these worlds. That's like the main draw for me here. Like, not necessarily the characters, but like just seeing more from these worlds, more episodes from Castlevania and Dark Souls. I would definitely like that. So yeah, very, very interesting idea. Next up, we have Q84. Hope I'm saying that right, or Q84. I'll say Q84 for now. Versus the Batter. Hello, Charlotte versus Off. Judge, jury, and executioner. These self-proclaimed purifiers are fully aware of their fictional nature, but one blindly follows the game's script while the other actively refuses to play her part. In the context of a death battle, Q84 will be trying to skew the results while the batter tries to maintain the format. That is a very fun concept. Definitely a bit of a contrast, but one that I think uses the contrast in a very applicable way, you know, where it actually affects like the format of the death battle itself. Definitely a lot of fourth wall shenanigans going on here, which we've seen before. Feels like a matchup where the appeal of it is more like the format and how it would be different from normal episodes over like the straight connections. Like, it's like these are the two characters where like it would make sense to put them together, not because of the connections they have necessarily, but more because, again, one does this and the other does the opposite, right? And I feel like Death Battle has, you know, done that sort of thing where they prioritize the format over the connections and like doing different things. I feel like they've done that to varying degrees of success. Sometimes they do it better. Sometimes I feel like they don't do it as well. But if they do it well, I think that would be a really fun time. I feel like a lot of really hardcore Death Battle fans would get a lot out of these characters just trying to mess with things or fix things. Also, the thumbnail is very funny. You expect me to waste time posing for a thumbnail? No, I'll just kill him right now. That is very funny. And then putting her on his side, the great idea. At least paired with the description, it's a lot of fun. I do think it might be cool to get something for the batter other than Frisk, maybe, just because I feel like maybe we could get something a little more interesting than another Undertale versus Off matchup. You know, assuming that they do Sans versus the Judge, which at this point I'm very much thinking that they will. You know, I know that there's this one. I know there's also Chris from Deltarune, which would technically be different. You know, you could argue that's more interesting. Something I would want to look at a little bit more just to be sure. But yeah, no, very, very, very cool idea. Just solely based on the whole, you know, trying to skew the results. You know, like, would it work like maybe after, if the batter won, like after the batter won, but then like somehow Q84 would still be alive and trying to skew things afterwards? I don't know. Either way, trying to mess with the format is a fun idea if they can do it well. Gotta stop moving the mouse. All I need to do is scroll up. I don't need to move the mouse at all. Go Super Saiyan, Tommy Oliver versus Vegeta, Power Rangers versus Dragon Ball. Former antagonists under Galactic Tyrants, then outsiders, and now close allies to their teams. Now redeemed and put on a new path, these heroes defend the ones they love as well as worlds both their own and beyond. Thumbnail and sprite art by me. Okay, thank you for the reminder. Yes, so we do have this thumbnail, very well made thumbnail. And then we also have this. Actually, yeah, if I click on this, oh, how much does this drop the frame rate? Okay, well, I can't even show it in its entirety, so maybe I don't even need to click on. Sorry, Vegeta. So the frame rate probably really suffered from that. That's all right. Let me just, yeah, let me click that. Yeah, okay, now we're good. You guys can see this well enough, right? Like, you guys can see the sprite art. It looks great. You guys can see that, I'm sure. Sorry, I just messed up my formatting a little bit. Let me go back here. Yeah, maybe I do need to actually disable my preview again, just because I do find I am moving the mouse more than I thought I would be. But yeah, so Tommy versus Vegeta. This is one that I haven't really heard that much before seeing this on Ballot Banter. I do think it is cool to lean into the redemption of these characters. Not that that's a very, you know, novel idea for a matchup or anything, but just the idea that you really want to emphasize what these characters have in common, especially with the specifics on top of that, like the whole Galactic Tyrants, you know, or under Galactic Tyrants, close allies to the team. Like, I feel like the analyses need to do a good job of selling, like, why these characters are similar, because I feel like some people might look at this matchup and be like, what the heck do those guys have in common? But they definitely do have some stuff in common, so I think the analyses very much need to hammer that home. And it's a very interesting series combination too. Like, Power Rangers and Dragon Ball, you might not expect being put together, but I feel like it could, if they make it like epic enough and like actually show like what the Power Rangers characters can do in the most epic way, I think that could actually work quite well. This would also be a very good opportunity to show off more Power Rangers scaling, you know, because I feel like with the other Power Rangers episodes, that's something that's been sorely lacking. And I feel like with a Dragon Ball episode, like, it would kind of force them to, you know, have to go higher with that scaling, like not leave too much out, right? Because Dragon Ball, of course, gets ridiculous. And also one where Tommy would probably still have access to his Zord, but he wouldn't just be in the Zord the whole time, right? Because for both of Tommy's previous episodes, like, we haven't actually seen him do much fighting on his own. When I've said before, you know, with characters coming back for like you know, coming back for a 3rd episode, you need like a really good reason for it. Those to me are really good reasons. Those work really well to like justify Tommy coming back. Personally, I don't know if Vegeta is really at that point yet. I feel like maybe we could wait a little bit more to see like, oh, look at this cool thing you just got. And then we, you know, bring Vegeta back afterwards, right? Because I don't know if he's really there yet, but either way, like I still think this is a fun idea. I know we do have another Tommy matchup actually later in the stream. That one's on the thumbnail, so you guys probably already know what that is, but that's much later, I know. But yeah, very, very cool idea. Again, idea that I hadn't really seen before, but I think could work if Death Battle puts the proper amount of work into it and structures it the right way. Yeah, I think it could be fun. And now we have, just want to make sure I get everything in there. World's Commonplace of Infinite Gotchas. Hajime Nagumo from Erifureta. I hope if I butcher anything's names, I'm sorry. Versus Light from Mugen Gacha. Both were betrayed by their party in one of the most dangerous dungeons in the world, only for them to come out alive stronger than ever from the experience and ready to take on the world that betrayed them and take revenge on those who've wronged them. Thumbnail by me. Good luck, Raptor, on saying the full names of these animes. So I did look it up, and I think I have them here. Hopefully I pronounce everything right, but I think it's Arifureta from Commonplace to World's Strongest versus my gift level 900... Sorry, my gift level 9,999 unlimited gacha. Is that right? Is that more or less what it is? I hope so, because I'm not gonna re-look it up or anything. That's what you got from me. Can I just say also that I love the wacky anime names. I know there are some people that clown on them, being like, when someone says their favorite anime is I got turned into a pet rock and adopted by Patrick Star, who then ate me or something. You know what I mean? Like, there's people who kind of clown on those really long, like, light novel names or anime names or whatever. But honestly, like, they brighten my day just because they're so silly sometimes and so fun to read, you know? So I do love seeing those kinds of wacky names. And these characters in particular, just based on what I know about them and based on this description, it seems like they're more like anti-hero characters, right? Which is always pretty fun. I think I've heard some people try to say that Light is more of an anti-villain, but you know, the more morally ambiguous stuff, right? Like that's kind of where it overlaps there. Although I think they're still like, are they still like the main protagonists, or at least amongst the protagonists? Either way, still like more of that anti-hero or anti-villain thing I think is cool when Death Battle goes more into that, because a lot of the time they really do just use like straight heroes with maybe like some villains here and there and very few like anti-heroes. I would like them to maybe use a little bit more of that, so that would be fun. Seems like it would have a lot of personality. I do think more light novels should come to the show, because Death Battle really hasn't used that many of them, although of course there is the worry that like even if they do use a lot of light novels, then they're still not going to do all the light novel matchups that exist, right? There's a lot of light novel matchups that exist, which is disproportionate to the amount of like that Death Battle does them, or probably to the amount that Death Battle will do them. Death Battle's just not going to be able to get to every matchup, right? So I think it'd be great if they were able to do more stuff like this, whether it was this matchup specifically or not. But it does seem like, again, with the whole like dungeon, you know, the atmosphere and all that, and the whole revenge stuff, like this seems like that could be a lot of fun. Candidate, thank you so much. You're the one who submitted this, right? Fun fact, Mugen Gacha has the longest anime title. Oh, so maybe I didn't get the entire title then. Because that didn't seem to be the longest thing ever. But I got something for you. There you go. And thank you, Alex, for the $20. Bravestar is a galactic patrol officer who inherits his powers from animal spirits. That's cool. Which each give him different powers, like strength of the bear, speed of the puma, eyes of the hawk, and ears of the wolf. It's a great show. Oh, I feel like there's definitely... Oh, and thank you, Siga Smith, again for the gift. The gifts don't pop up as much as the... or they don't stand out as much as the super chats in the chat, so I'm sorry if I miss anything. Thank you, Ayamira, as well for the gift. So if you do send gifts, I may not be able to catch it every single time, but I do very much appreciate it nonetheless. You guys are amazing for that. I am seeing a bit more of it come in now. Thank you, guys. Oh yeah, I'm sure there's definitely stuff you can find for Bravestar. I know Vixen from DC is pretty similar, right? Where she like, and also like Buana Beast more so like combines animals, right? I don't know that much about wannabes, but I feel like Vixen is very similar where like she kind of gets like elements of animals. There's definitely matchups you could find for a character like that. Absolutely. Sounds cool though. I'll probably check it out more after that. Thank you so much again for the super chat. Seems like a cool character. But yeah, more light novels, please. I think that's the moral of this story. Your chains no longer. Asterion versus Serana. Baldur's Gate 3 versus Skyrim. Vampires that have suffered more emotional and physical abuse from their lords both end up traveling with the main protagonist that eventually leads to them taking the fight to their masters and defeating these powerful lords, which sets them to be free from their chains. Okay, so this is another vampire matchup. We've had like a couple of those, or at least matchups that revolve around vampires. Like we've had Ganondorf versus Dracula, that had a vampire in it, kind of like a devil vampire. But then we've also had Dio versus Alucard. We had Blade versus Buffy, even though neither of them are technically true vampires, but you know what I mean, like another vampire-centric episode. I do think it might be interesting to see a vampire episode where like you can almost see the vampires in a more vulnerable state. I know based on this description, it doesn't seem like they stay that way forever, but a lot of the time with these vampire episodes, we have them like, they have like such a commanding presence, right? And this would be a little different from that. And that actually sounds kind of cool to recontextualize like how a vampire can feel. Also like the humanity of the supernatural, because it seems like they do go through a bit of like some emotional turmoil. At least that's what I'm getting from this. So that does sound like it would be cool to talk about in the analyses. And I know that Blade versus Buffy also had a lot of like emotional stuff going on, but again, like they are still, both of them are still human, or at least Blade is part human, you know. This could kind of recontextualize like, again, what a vampire can feel and all that. Like, do they have any humanity? I think that's a very cool idea, something different than we've had from other vampire episodes. And this is another one where I would more so want to see it for the series, right? Thank you for the Uncle Alert, Dr.Fiction. That one does actually blast like really much in the chat, so that one is going to be difficult to miss. I guess YouTube really wants people to know when they're calling them an unk. But yeah, again, more for the series. I would want to see more from Skyrim. Baldur's Gate 3. I know that there's another one. It's Darth Revan versus Dark Urge, right? That sounds like a really fun Baldur's Gate 3 matchup. But yes, from these series, absolutely. Death Battle just nails fantasy all the time, right? Especially with more... God, stop with the Uncle Alert guy. No, you don't have to. But thank you, Apex, for the Uncle Alert. Death Battle nails fantasy all the time, right? Like the dark fantasy, especially. Like this just feels right up their alley, but maybe also something a bit different than what we've seen before. So feels really cool. Thank you, Metal, for the Uncle Alert. I'm on your matchup right now, so yeah, it's very cool. But now we move on to the next one. Again, I'm just trying to make sure we go through this in a timely fashion that we can get through everything. We're still not even close to getting to the end. Nowhere close. Josuke versus Josuke. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Diamond is Unbreakable, versus JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Jojo Leon, Jojo Lion, that one, you know. The JoJos of their respective parts, from the same town, but born from parallel worlds. One heals and one steals. They share a name, a home, and a heart of gold. If Gogeta versus Vegeta works, why not JoJo's ultimate mirror match? So I feel like in order to explain my thoughts on this, I kind of first need to talk about just like my thoughts on like mirror matchups or same series matchups more so, I guess I would say. I do feel like some same series matchup ideas get a little too much hate. To me, I feel like same series matchups really work if it's still like an impossible circumstance within their own world. You know what I mean? So you could argue whether or not Gogeta versus Vegeta was an impossible circumstance because of like the games and such, and like whether or not that applies to some form of canon. But you know, for a matchup where it's like realistically this would never happen in canon, then I think that could still be fun for Death Battle to do it, right? So I assume that's kind of like how this one would work, unless maybe there's a video game where like there is a canon crossover between them. But assuming that there's not, I do think something like this could be fun. It does, again, like JoJo's ultimate mirror matchup, so that seems like that would be the one that Death Battle would do, just based on that. I do think, though, that maybe the reason why Death Battle doesn't do a lot of same series fights, though, and I think this is a lesser talked about reason for why a lot of people don't like them, is because you kind of need to be like a really big fan of the one series involved in order to really like it, right? Like when you have a matchup that combines two series together, you only really need to have a passing interest in one or both to potentially be interested in like, oh yeah, who would win in a fight between these characters? If you're doing a same series matchup, you not only need to be, or not only do you have only one series that has the potential to get people's attention, but you also need to be a big fan to really be interested in questions like this, right? So I'm not saying that Death Battles shouldn't do any more same series fights. Again, I think if it's like an impossible circumstance in canon, then it could still be fun, and I'm assuming that's what this is. Maybe someone can prove me wrong, but it also doesn't surprise me why there are a lot of people that don't really like them, and why they usually just prefer to stay away from them. But yeah, very cool. Like if you're going to do a JoJo's mirror matchup, this definitely seems like it would be one of the ones that work the best. Burnin' Like a Boss, Raphael versus Yang, Rise of the TMNT versus Ruby. So right off the bat, I just want to reiterate that this is not the right formatting that we do, just because it does kind of, you know, crop the thumbnail and the track art a little bit, but that's okay. Going forward, I may start deleting ones that don't follow the format, just because I really want to make sure everyone follows it, but I don't want to be too mean right now. So it's okay, we'll keep it in here for now, but yes, for future reference for the members, most of you guys know how to do it though, but yes, I'll reiterate it once we reopen the Ballot Banters. But yeah, older siblings and members of teams that use their brash skills that are relegated to their fists, being brawlers with mystical powers that often don't think yet. Yet still fight for what's right and care for their teammates until the very end. Okay, just some weird formatting there. Art and thumbnail by me, very good work. Connections on Reddit. Well, there's always connections on Reddit, right? Yeah, so these are two characters where I do very much believe that they should return, right? Yang, I definitely feel like, well, Tifa I want to see back more than Yang, but because Yang did have an underwhelming episode, underwhelming is a nice term, honestly, I think, then I do very much think that, that, you know, Yang should get a better episode. And Raph, of course, like all the TMNT characters should get their own single episode. Like, technically, Leo already has 2 single episodes, and none of the other turtles have them. Although, Raph and Donnie, it's more difficult for me to pick a preferred for them. Mikey and Leo, I have more of a preferred if either of them were to come back again. Before we move on, thank you guys so much for the super chats. The Clouded Artist, matchup creator here. Pitch for this one went so well, and I love how chaotic this gets with Raph's mystic powers and Yang's explosive tendencies. I'm really happy the pitch went well then. That's great. Thank you so much for the super chat, and I'm really happy to see that your matchup is here. That's great. You guys are amazing for all that. And Ranger Forever, thank you so much for the super chat. Meta versus Carolina is the only that clicked with me. I assume you mean like same series stuff, but that's technically a crossover with Death Battle. I'll take same series as Battle Royales. Okay, well that's kind of, yeah, that kind of goes without saying, although I guess some Battle Royales don't have to be same series. Yeah, I guess I would argue that is the best way to do a same series matchup. Again, something like, you know, Mega Man Battle Royale, where they're all from different generations. Like, that makes sense because they wouldn't cross over that much, right? I know there was a little bit, but still, you know. So yeah, Battle Royales, I think, are still the best ways to do it. But yeah, you know, to each their own. But thank you guys so much for the super chats. But yeah, I do think both of these characters should come back. I know that the whole idea of like TMNT versus Ruby, or a TMNT character versus a Ruby character, has always been, you know, tossed around. It doesn't seem like it's the most debatable concept in the world, like, again, either like individual characters versus each other or the whole team versus each other, but it still feels like a very obvious pairing. You know, the same with like TMNT versus Ninjago, right? Like it's just a very obvious thing that you can think of, right? And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Personally, I don't think Death Battle is going to separate Rise of the TMNT from like regular TMNT. You know what I mean? It's like similar to Paper Mario, where like they have cemented the fact that like they believe that like Paper Mario should be included with the rest of Mario canon. I right now don't see the evidence that Death Battle would separate Rise from the rest of TMNT. You know what I mean? Not to say that people shouldn't discuss matchups just with Rise. Like, if you want to do that, that's great. But because we're specifically looking at this from the perspective of like what would Death Battle do, I think that it would I'll say it would surprise me if they specifically use like Rise without like everything else. You know what I mean? Because I know why people like to separate. I think it has like the craziest feats and some incongruency with the rest of the stuff. But then again, like, everything kind of has some incongruency, right? And they still include everything anyway. So that's just what I think, but I could be wrong. If they were to do this, I feel like it would be more likely they just do Raph in general versus Yang in general. But I assume the Rise also helps as far as the connections go. That's probably one of the reasons why you would want to separate it. But yeah, that's basically all I have to say about that. I think, you know, not necessarily my preferred for either of these characters, but I think it is a fun idea, regardless of, you know, how exactly you configure it, like the versions and stuff. You guys can mull over this next one. I am going to get a drink of water. I really hope I didn't undersell my, or underestimate how much water I need. I only have the one bottle today. Sins of the Father, McClendon versus John Ward, FNAF versus Faith, the Unholy Trinity. Redemption is a heavy cross to bear, but it weighs even more when you have to clean up the sins of those who raised you. Thumbnail by me. Very nice thumbnail. That is actually, yeah, that is kind of an unsettling thumbnail in a good way. That is very good. That's cool, yeah, like, it definitely sounds like there's a lot of engaging lore to go over. I know FNAF is full of lore, right? But it sounds like a lot of engaging lore and stories to go over. It almost feels like it could be, like, a double analysis, because there's definitely a lot of stuff you would need to explain in order to, like, explain who these guys are and what they're doing. Like, yes, it's McClendon, but it might kind of feel like an analysis for both him and William Afton, at least as far as, you know, what happened to them, right? Like, the lore, maybe not the feats, but the lore itself. And I assume same with John Ward and his father. It would kind of feel like double analyses in that way, which is actually kind of a cool idea. I am curious what kinds of abilities they have. I don't know, like, how these characters differ, or I guess more so how McClendon differs from, like, other FNAF beings or characters, right? So I would be interested in learning more about, like, what they can do and how that bounces off each other, or if it's more or less just, like, two, you know, humans, or, like, maybe above average humans or whatever that are just good at fighting. You know, I would want to learn a bit more about that, like, if they have abilities and how they bounce off of each other. It is very interesting to see a FNAF matchup that doesn't use, like, an animatronic. I feel like Death Battle would jump to that idea, because that's kind of like what would stand out to most people. Like, even people who aren't FNAF fans are like, oh, I recognize that image, let me click on that. With something like McClendon, I feel like the same wouldn't really come out of that, but I still think it is cool to talk about other kinds of FNAF matchups, like something that's not really an animatronic. Or did McClendon get stuffed into an animatronic? I'm not the biggest FNAF fan. I think I've said this in my Discord pretty recently, actually. Not the biggest FNAF fan. I do not know enough about the lore to really say anything. But this does seem like a really interesting idea. Again, the whole, like, redemption, but also how it ties to their dads. That is cool. It definitely seems like it works. Whether it's, like, more supernatural or not, it definitely seems like there's a good foundation to it. So definitely a FNAF matchup I haven't really heard before, but sounds cool. Next up, we have War and Peace, the Judge versus Justice, Blood Meridian versus Afro Samurai. A showdown between two Western-themed inhuman villains who thrive off the relation between war and God. One who wishes to become God, and one who wishes absolute superiority over God. So obviously I don't want this one because I don't want more Afro Samurai. That is a complete joke, Apex. Please do not kill me when I get back into the Discord. I am just kidding. Please do not kill me. No, this seems cool. This seems like the kind of matchup, just based on maybe it's just the stylistic nature of the thumbnail, but it does kind of feel like this one just oozes presence, you know what I mean? Like, just like, or maybe is aura the right word? I don't know, but it just seems like you see them here and it's like, oh my god, like, they command the room. Like, that feels like a really cool presence that they have. I do find the description, I'm sure there's more nuance to it, but I do find the description a little funny about the whole, like, god thing, because it kind of feels like they're after the same thing. Like, in order to become God, assuming that there is already a god, wouldn't you have to rise above the already existing god? And if you want superiority over God, doesn't that make you the new god? Just the way it's phrased is kind of funny. I'm sure there's more nuance to it, but it does seem like, yes, even though there might be some distinctions or nuances, it does seem like there's some overlap. Also, what the hell did Fiction just gift? Like, was that like a turtle drinking, like, from like a baby bottle or something? Thank you for that, Fiction. But God, this is gonna be the this is gonna be the weirdest Ballot Banter stream yet. But yeah, seems like they do definitely have a decent amount in common. I don't really have a preferred for Judge Holden yet. I know a lot of people like to talk about him in this community. I feel like there's a lot of different strings you can pull on for making a Judge Holden matchup. I do feel like this is a pretty decent one again. Would be cool to see these, because it's a book character. It originated from a book, right? Judge Holden, I think, versus like a manga anime character. Like seeing that kind of combination seems really cool. So yeah, regardless of how they go with Judge Holden, I think it would definitely be not necessarily a challenge, but it would be a very unique episode from what Death Battle has done before, and this feels like this could work. I think it does pull on a very good string. Again, the whole relation between War and God definitely like emphasize that, nail that home in the analyses, maybe even the dialogue and the animation. It'd be very interesting seeing what an animation between these characters would look like. Okay, and this is where I get demonetized. Defeating drop kicks. Jahi versus Jushin Chan. The great Jahi will not be defeated versus drop kick on my devil. Two snobby and moronic highborn demons who get reverse isekai. That's just a great term. Reverse isekai to live on Earth, doing tasks to return home and becoming better beings while doing so. With their array of powers, who will get the drop kick and get defeated? Then we have some emojis there. We do have the thumbnail by you, and we have this art by David Sillo. Very, very well done, David. Let's scroll up a little bit. I do also notice there's some smushing a little bit in the thumbnail. I do wonder if there's maybe some cropping reasons for that. Very, very interesting to see here. This does kind of remind me of, what's that one matchup that Death Battle covered on Cast? Toru versus Mao Sadao, I think. I don't remember the names of their series, but that was actually a Death Battle cast that I randomly caught because I randomly had free time for it. Otherwise, I don't know if I would have caught it live. But I was very happy to catch it because it actually seemed like a very interesting idea. And this seems very similar because either they're also reverse isekais or it's very similar to that concept, right? Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty similar in that way. So this does seem like a pretty similar idea. It seems like it works around the same level. I don't want to say that this is like necessarily like a feel-good matchup because I know that some of the content within, you know, can get a little, maybe not dark, maybe a little edgy, you know? So I don't know if I want to say it's like a feel-good matchup, but I do think it's the kind where, like, you would be laughing the whole time, you would have a good time while watching it. Ideally, there wouldn't be a lot of, like, fanboyisms or, like, toxicity towards the debate. I like to think it's the kind of thing where, you know, everyone can watch it and have a good time, right? Where everyone can enjoy, regardless of who wins. They can say, oh yeah, that was a fun episode because of the humor, because of the things that did differently. I do have to just double check though, like, do these characters look like this the whole time? Like, is this always the way that they look? Just because, you know, YouTube in general has gotten a little, you know, a little crazier, not crazier, but like they've gone a bit more forward with the censorship side of things. So I feel like Death Battle does need to make sure they know what they're doing. They need to make sure that that they won't get demonetized or anything. So whether or not it's like feasible for something like YouTube, I definitely think they need to keep that in mind. Either way though, this would get like the most amount of memes out of it, right? Whether it's you know, whether it's feasible for YouTube or not, or whether Death Battle believes it is, if they were to make this episode, like, it would be meme city. Just you know, making, I don't say making fun of the concept, but, you know, like just having fun with the concept, you know. I see everyone is sending a bunch of gifts, or at least Mira, you're sending a bunch of gifts. Thank you. But yeah, very, very weird, but maybe weird in a good way. If this stream gets demonetized, though, I very much will blame you. For real, though, if it does somehow get demonetized, then I may have to reiterate what can be sent in here. We can see the reactions over here. For sure, yeah. But yeah, let's not have that on screen for too long. Next up, we have For the Blood of Elves, my Save Death Battle pitch. Morgoth Boglier versus Palinol Whitestrake, Tolkien versus Elder Scrolls. Two demigod warlords who stem from the satanic trickster deities Melkor and Lorkhan, respectively, who stole from the elves the most sacred, divine gemstones of their worlds and made them their visage. They waged war, sorry I'm burping so much, they waged war to turn the world into their image of how they believe things ought to be. One corrupted from the light of Eru, and the other a world without the vile depravity of the mare. So once again, we have even more fantasy. Seems like you guys love fantasy, and that's great. You know, I love seeing more fantasy ideas. And like I said before with the Castlevania and Dark Souls matchup, you know, I feel like it is really easy to put some fantasy characters together. You know what I mean? Like, whether they actually have a lot of connections or not, I feel like just you can find some connections as far as like they both go on a quest, they both, you know, are swordsmen, you know, like the very bare bones stuff, right? Like, it's always easy to pull basically whatever characters you want from fantasy settings, because it's kind of harder to like try to find connections between like their specific abilities, because a lot of the time these characters' abilities are so vast that it's difficult to like narrow it down and figure out like what's the best opponent for this character from that perspective. And not a lot of the characters also have the most amount of personality, so at least sometimes, so it's also difficult to try to find it from like a personality perspective. So I do really feel like when you're trying to create fantasy ideas that like work on a really strong level, it does kind of need to be from like a story arc perspective, whether it's like the progression of the whole story or more of like a character arc thing. I feel like that's really where you have to lean, and I feel like this one definitely does that. Definitely seems like there's a lot of story beats that overlap with each other in some way, which is nice to see. Definitely think there's a lot of cool combat to come out of this. Also, again, we see a little bit in this description like some of their philosophies, maybe how you can compare and contrast them. Definitely something I would like to see from Death Battle's analyses. And I will definitely make sure to check this pitch, because this is one I would want to learn a bit more about. But yeah, at least again, from the whole story arc perspective, I do think it's good when we see fantasy ideas that lean more in that, because I think that is the clearest way to find like not be all end all connections, but like really strong focused connections for the characters that you have, right? So I definitely appreciate that with this matchup. Next up, we have a lot of reactions for this one. Blight in Bloom, Flowers versus Server Blight, the Whistle Occurrence versus Server Blight. Game manipulating parasites that hijack, mimic, and otherwise kill people they come across. Unlike Flowers, the Server Blight is a pure evil hive mind of assimilated players that continues to spread throughout TF2, while Flowers is a morally enigmatic and omnipotent entity that lashes out when something bad is committed. So we're talking about like god shit here, it seems, or maybe not literal god shit. Like the whole like omnipotent entity might be just more from the perspective of the world rather than literally being omnipotent. I don't know for sure, but we're definitely talking about like really powerful beings within their own worlds that like, you know, have like near perfect control over their medium, or at least something along those lines. Something where like they control their medium in a more like serious way, or maybe even scary way, as opposed to something like, you know, a Looney Tune, where even though I love the Looney Tunes, a lot of it is like, you know, controlling the medium in a silly way, right? This seems like one of those instances where, you know, we would see like them controlling the way things work in an actual serious way. That sounds like a very cool idea. Thank you, Overlord, for the super chat. Considering Gandalf is in matchup limbo because his best is Dumbledore, with Harry Potter unfortunately not coming back to the show anytime soon, who would you prefer to see as the next Lord of the Rings rep? There is a part of... Well, Bilbo is probably my favorite Lord of the Rings or Hobbit character, but I don't really know if he has that many good matchups. Like Sauron's the big one, right? And Gandalf is like the next obvious one. I guess they could put Gandalf against someone else, but that seems kind of unlikely. Trying to think like who else is like really big in that space. Obviously, there's a lot of characters, but like I'm also trying to think of characters that like have major opponents. Maybe Legolas. Maybe I'll just go with that. I don't know it necessarily. Like I don't think the character has to be the most magical in order to get onto Death Battle. Again, same with like, you know, I've seen some matchups for Frodo, maybe even Bilbo. Maybe I'll just say Legolas because he's a cool character, you know, at least he feels like the character that fits best in Death Battle, right? Just because he's so ridiculous in what he can do. So maybe I would say that. And also, Mr. Goodies, thank you so much for the $20. Both have pretty revealing, so we're going back to the Jahi versus Jashin Chan matchup. Both have pretty revealing designs, but watching their stories, they're not portrayed as items, and it's easy to forget they're actually showcased as such, but you still think their defaults are too hindering for their death battles. I would need to double check what their defaults are. I'm only saying this because I know YouTube is starting to crack down more on, like, this is part of the reason why Death Battle doesn't do like the bloodiest of deaths all the time anymore, or at least part of the reason, I have to assume, because YouTube doesn't like it. You know, so that's kind of like my first worry of like the one thing that might hold the matchup back, just depending on like the clips they can show, because we've even seen instances of like YouTube flagging stuff that doesn't even deserve to be flagged. Like a lot of ASMR channels apparently are getting like unfairly deleted. So it's not that like it is definitely bad enough. It's more like, is YouTube gonna think it is either way? You know, that's more so my concern, but I don't know. Death Battle is going to have to figure that out for themselves. But thank you so much for the super chat. You guys are great. Honestly, like I really need to emphasize that the super chats are not necessary, but they are absolutely amazing of you. But yes, again, this seems like a very cool idea, just with the whole affecting the medium in a more serious or scary way. I am wondering if it's more of like a Neo versus Kirito situation where like you kind of need to create a common ground world, like a world where both of them can kind of do all their things to the greatest degree, because I don't know if it's the sort of thing where like they can only do things in like the world that they exist in or the medium they exist in, but I feel like that is the sort of thing where like if Death Battle were to do this episode, if they needed to do that, they wouldn't be like, oh well, we're gonna make this battle but also they can't actually do anything, right? Like they wouldn't do that. So very much believe that they would find a way to make this work, even if, you know, you can say actually, but like I feel like they would find a way to make it work. It is another one that seems like it does you know, hinge on some contrast, like Q84 versus the batter from earlier, but again in a decent way. I think contrasts for the sake of contrasts, especially when they overshadow the connections, don't really work. But when you use the contrast to your advantage, I think that does work a lot better. And either way, this could have such a crazy script and dialogue, I think. I assume these guys talk. I assume that, but assuming that they do, yeah, like so much, at least the analyses I think would be very, very trippy as far as what they describe. But the dialogue as well could be great. And thank you guys for the super chats. Fez says, throwing out Sauron versus Count Dooku. Okay, yeah, I have heard that one before. Talion versus Vaxildan. Hope I'm saying all this right. Gandalf versus Elminster. Aragorn versus Marth. Bilbo versus Arthur Dent. Okay, so there is a Bilbo matchup. That's cool. Okay, thank you so much for those Lord of the Ring matchups. I don't have an opinion on all of those necessarily right now, but thank you so much for that. Yeah, there's definitely more, of course. Just because I don't mention it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And FazberAlt says, I pitched Flowers versus Server Blight to Nebula Theater. It's an extremely fun fight when you learn more about them more. Well, I already think just based on this description, there's a lot of cool stuff here. So that's great. I look forward to learning even more then, and seeing just how well this works. And Mr. Goodies, thank you. I get that I get that. I completely understand. Thank you for still looking at my matchup. If you get demonetized, I got you. Gift subs be coming in. Oh, you guys are too much. You guys are actually the best. You guys are amazing for that. Just trying to be realistic. I'm not saying a matchup is bad for any such reasons, but just trying to be as realistic as, or not realistic necessarily, but more cautious, right? I don't know all the ins and outs of YouTube. And then we have this fucking thing. Can the Coopers solve the Kira case? This riveting hypothetical puts the Coopers' insanity, brains, heart, and street smarts against all the mysterious against the all-mysterious Kira. Will they be able to uncover the mystery and capture this killer, or will they be dead by daylight? Thank you, Sack. Thank you for brightening my day a little bit with this one. So, I should say that, like, I actually haven't seen all of Young Sheldon. I have seen all... I'm going to treat this a little seriously for the record. I haven't seen all of Young Sheldon. I've seen none of Georgie and Mandy's First Marriage because that's like the spin-off off of the spin-off, right? So like that's one where it doesn't really make sense that I would have seen it because I haven't seen all of Young Sheldon. I have seen all of Big Bang Theory, and I am actually currently watching Stuart Fails to Save the Universe. I am surprised by how much I like that matchup. Sorry, not that matchup, by how much I like that. I have so many thoughts in my head, I need to make sure I'm speaking right. I am surprising myself by how much I like that show. Like, it is nonsensical. It is as nonsensical as it gets, but it is actually a lot of fun. I am enjoying it quite a bit. I will definitely keep watching it. I think it got renewed for a season 2, so that's going to be fun. I don't think that Sheldon, at this age, has seen Death Note. That would be my guess, that like by the time he gets to university, I don't think he will have seen Death Note. I know that sometimes manga gets brought up a little bit in Big Bang Theory, just as something like that the guys are interested in, like, you know, like when they're older, but they don't really mention any specific manga or anime. I don't think they ever talk about Death Note, so I don't know whether or not old Sheldon has seen Death Note, but young Sheldon I'm kind of willing to bet wouldn't have. But I do also think that Sheldon is nerdy enough to come up with the idea of how the Death Note works. Like, if he gets enough of the information, I feel like he might be able to figure out how it works just based on like what goes through his head. Like, after seeing all this like sci-fi and comic stuff, like I feel like it might actually come to him. It's like, oh yeah, it's a magical notebook, you know? So I feel like he may actually come to that conclusion. Granted, we do see in some of the episodes there are some things that Sheldon just can't figure out. Like, he's not like the unstoppable brainiac that he becomes in the Big Bang Theory, but still, I still think it is possible that he could. And if he could do that, then I feel like George would just beat the shit out of Light. I feel, because I guess the idea more is like, can the Coopers solve the Kira case? If they're going to do it, it's going to be Sheldon, obviously, and I feel like it is possible that he could. If he does solve it, yeah, George would beat the shit out of Light. I feel like Georgie would try to, like, maybe get in Light's head, but I feel like he would fail at it. If anything, I think Mary's thoughts about God might offend Light a little bit, or one of them might offend the other. I feel like that's actually more likely to get in Light's head, if anything. And Missy, I feel like she wouldn't even do anything. I feel like she'd be more interested in watching the fight than being in it. Anyway, I feel like I talked too much about this one, but thank you so much for that, Sack. You know, it's still your hard-earned money that you're using to submit this, so I do very much using that to get a laugh out of, at least out of me. I hope to everyone else as well. But thank you so much for that. Now what do we get? Okay, we got a bit of reading to do. We have Arl Naja versus Reimu Hakure. Again, sorry if I'm mispronouncing things. Puyo Puyo versus Toho Project. Both characters channel their power through specific in-universe gameplay systems. Reimu uses her mystical spell cards, while Arl employs her Puyo-popping magic. Almost read that as something different. They are the heroines of major Japanese franchises from the 90s, known for being straightforward, headstrong, and sometimes lazy or overconfident. In their series' second installments, both face a young, power-hungry magician, Marissa Karisame for Reimu. I can't pronounce this, I'm so sorry. Shizo Weiji. It's not that I can't pronounce it, but there's so many different ways it could be pronounced. For Arl, who attempt to steal their magic. These magicians later become their closest allies or rivals. And then we have a link to the thumbnail. Yeah, very nice looking thumbnail, actually. Do we count these as magical girls, like in the same way that we would like Sailor Moon or Madoka Magica, or is that more of like a contained term to something that feels more like that? that, because it feels like we could say that this is like a magical girl matchup of sorts, and I do definitely feel like we should get something like that. Like, of course, I want Kurumi versus Homer. I would say that's the one that I want the most, but more representation from those kinds of series would absolutely be great. This feels like a really good way to do that. Of course, these are also two series that very much should get on. I would say that Toho Project is probably like in the top 10, maybe even top 5 of series that feels like it's overdue for Death Battle to do it all, right? Like the fact that we haven't had anything from Toho Project, it feels ridiculous, you know? So I feel like this would be a good way to get both of these series out, you know, like 2 birds with 1 stone, like have an episode with both of them. This feels like a really good way to do that. It does feel like a very fitting conflict for both of these characters. Definitely think there's a lot of cool power interactions just based on how limited, or maybe more how unlimited their magic is. Either way, feels like there's a lot of great ways to do that. Personalities, it seems like, you know, they do have some differences, right? Or no, well, it says they're both known for being straightforward, headstrong, and sometimes lazy or overconfident. Okay, so they do have some more similarities, but I think that could work with the dialogue, with also the subtle differences, you know, the nuances within their personality. Feel like that could work really well. So I do think it sounds cool. I don't really have that much to compare it to, especially not for the other characters. With Toho Project, I know that Sakuya Izuyoi gets talked about forever. She seems to be like the fan favorite for getting onto Death Battle. But as far as Puyo Puyo and Toho, this seems like a really good pick. Just based on the description and based on the craziness it seems like it would have and the personalities bouncing off each other, this definitely seems like it could do well. So yeah, more if this does count as magical girls, more magical girls for sure. But also these series. Why the hell do we not have these series yet? Fearful Brotherhood, Luigi versus Komasan, Super Mario versus Yokai Watch. Shy, fearful, but polite secondary characters. What's the word? Inextricably linked to their brother. I knew that word. I had a brain fart on how to pronounce it. To their brother, for whom they would do anything to help and to save and help them, even overcoming their fears and insecurities. A Ghostbuster versus a yokai or a ghost, both full of gadgets and power that could turn the battle in their favor at any moment. This fight practically writes itself. Thumbnail by me, core theme by Christmas. Thank you, Christmas, for the core theme. So yeah, this is cool because it's always fun when we have like the silly supernatural stuff, like especially after seeing Scooby-Doo versus Courage. You know, I don't know if this would necessarily be the Halloween episode. I feel like they could theoretically do it whenever they want, but still, like when it deals with like scarier subjects like ghosts and the supernatural, but the theme of the episode is sillier, I think it's nice when we kind of get that every once in a while, right? Maybe not as often as like the hardcore Halloween matchups, because again, like there's still a ton of those that we want to see, like Freddy Krueger versus Pennywise, that's the main one. But getting like a sillier one every once in a while, or at least maybe like a cuter one, I don't know if silly is necessarily the right word, but I feel like that still overlaps a little bit. You know what I mean? Something that's a little less serious is fun to get when it comes to these scarier subjects, so to speak. And I feel like at this point, Yokai Watch must scale pretty damn high if we're putting these kinds of characters against like Ben 10 and Luigi, you know, like characters that definitely scale really damn high, especially within their own series, but just in general, you know. Yokai Watch must have some big stuff going for it as far as scaling for that to work, which is great to unless they're just putting Yokai Watch characters against characters where they stomp them, in which case, well, that's not as great. But either way, still a very interesting comparison, because it's a ghost killer versus a ghost. You know, usually Luigi's matchups is like it's 2 ghost killers, right? Like you have Luigi versus Pac-Man, or Luigi versus, I guess, Shaggy. You know, is he really a ghost killer? Like he's part of, you could say, ghost hunters, you know what I mean though? Like it's still that kind of idea. A Ghostbuster versus a literal ghost is interesting, because you might think, well, doesn't that just mean Luigi wins? But based on the abilities that that Komasan has, maybe that actually does turn things around. Maybe there's some resistances that they have, or maybe just the abilities are just as effective to be used, you know? So there's definitely a lot of cool debatability, I think, that could potentially be found here. And I'm also just not as tied to Luigi's other matchups. Like Shaggy, you know, I've definitely, my opinion on Luigi versus Pac-Man has gone down a little bit over time, and my opinion on Luigi versus Shaggy has gone up over time, but I wouldn't say that like either of them are like, this is the one that Luigi needs. I love Shaggy, to be fair, and I like Luigi too, but I feel like, yeah, if Death Battle were to do this one, I feel like there would be a lot of people being like, oh, come on, like Luigi versus Shaggy was right there. Honestly though, I wouldn't mind that much, as long as the fight dynamic and the debatability works well enough, I don't think I would mind this. So that's great. Really, really great to see. And thank you, Santi, for your super chat. Submitter of Luigi versus Komasan here. I don't know about Yokai Watch scaling, but I have read that the matchup is really debatable, so there is that. Well, of course, everything that we know about characters is just, well, I heard this, I heard that. I understand that, you know, not everyone has a lot of time to do their own research. It's just when people start using that as a way to be like, well, that means that it's definitely the way that it works, and if you say otherwise that you're wrong, that shit really pisses me off. But that's fair, you know. So sometimes it's just the concept that you like, right? Again, though, based on, you know, seeing what Yokai Watch sometimes gets put against, like, again, even going back to Jibanyan versus Morgana, like, that's a fucking Persona matchup. Like, it gets to the point where it's like, is Yokai Watch just being pit against these ridiculous, like, these series that are out of their league, or are they actually really powerful? And I like to believe it's because Yokai Watch is a powerful series, but I would need to look into that a little bit more. Next up, SpongeBob SquarePants versus Popeye the Sailor Man. Nickelodeon versus Thimble Theater. Extremely iconic nautical cartoon characters with massive histories and insane toon force, who are famous for their aquatic aesthetics and love of a certain food. Thumbnail by regular unlucky guy. Yeah, this one slaps. This is such a great idea. This one, the thing that actually I love the most about this matchup is that it would allow both of these characters to come back to a real fight. You know what I mean? For both of their episodes, you could argue that they didn't really get like that much of a challenge, right? Definitely not with SpongeBob versus Aquaman. And I know that, you know, Saitama has changed a little bit. He's kind of gotten a little more out there recently. Like, you could argue even a little more toon forcey, maybe, like in the, maybe that's not the right term, but you know what I mean? Like a little crazier in the manga, like a little after Saitama versus Popeye happened. But at very least at the time, like, it wasn't really that much of a competition. Maybe it still isn't. But the point is, like, this would be such a great way to have these characters like come back and fight someone who's really a lot more on their level, right? At least relatively speaking. That idea just is great to me. That is a great reason to have these characters return, to really give them a real fight. Now, would this episode be better than the other episodes? It's difficult to say. The one thing that I kind of think of is like, well, I already really enjoyed the SpongeBob episode we got, and Saitama versus Popeye is one of my favorite episodes of Death Battle ever. But I still think that fact of like giving them a real fight is a good enough reason to bring them back anyway, you know? So I think that's good. It'd be cool to see like the differences in their toon force, or maybe even how their own toon force has evolved. Either way though, there would just be tons and tons of crazy interactions, which is something I would very much love to see. These guys bouncing off of each other, you know, and the whole like water theme too. The nautical cartoon characters thing. Like, I know there are still people who love SpongeBob versus Gumball. And again, I do feel like that would give SpongeBob more of a fight, but the fact that this does this for both of the characters and it works so well as far as the thematic nature, yeah, I do really like this idea. I'd like to see it eventually. I even see like the reactions down there, like we have the whole peak cinema thing. I do agree. I think this would be great. Next up, Despair, Yuki Terumi versus Sephiroth, Blaze Blue versus Final Fantasy. Egotistical gaming villains who refuse to stay dead with the power of gods and an extreme hatred for great sword-wielding protagonists, and genuinely some of the most convoluted plans in gaming. Yeah, we've seen that before. Yes, we have. So this one, the first thing I can think of is that this would be like, I feel like one of the flashiest, most over-the-top animations and maybe even analyses that we have seen on Death Battle in a really long time. Just the sheer aura and menacing nature of these characters bouncing off of each other, the whole interaction side of things would just be insane to me. And of course, like, I love, you know, villain matchups. I love the whole, like, villain monologuing, the insanity, the convolutedness of their plans or just who they are. You know, that's really what I love to see out of villains, and this feels like that would really scratch that itch for me, just as far as having the characters interact with each other. The matchup itself, I do think that, you know, the general connections for it are, like, they're a little general, you know, like, I feel like you can find these sort of things in a lot of different villains, especially like more in this sort of genre or medium, but that doesn't mean the matchup is bad by any means. It is nice to see a bit of a reverse of like Ragna the Blood Edge versus Cloud Stripe, because I know that was a decently popular matchup before. To see like we have a bit of a reverse of that is kind of cool. And yeah, I do think that as for like the JRPG fans, I do think a lot of people would get a lot out of this one. I do think that fact alone does mean that they can mesh really well together. Yeah, just the main thing I would get out of this is just the kinds of villains that they are and them interacting with each other. I have thought about Sephiroth coming back before, although again, like I've said the same about like Tifa coming back. Like I really want Tifa to come back, and I also just want them to use different Final Fantasy characters, and we don't like from different games, and we don't make a lot of progress with that if we just keep going back to the same ones. And with Yugi Terumi, like there is Sinestro obviously, but that I don't know who I want Sinestro to fight right now. He actually has a somewhat decent spread. I feel like he could fight someone other than Terumi. So yeah, just the sheer fact of like how these characters would like interact with each other, and I guess the aura that it would bring, it does seem fun enough, you know. Now this one, please avert your eyes if you don't want spoilers for Persona 4. That's what this submitter has told you guys. So I want to make that clear. So if you guys are gone, you don't want any spoilers for Persona 4, let's do this. Lies of a Quiet Life. I guess I do need to move the mouse a little bit for this. Toru Adachi versus Yoshikage Kira. Persona versus JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Two hidden serial killers of small towns whose powers mirror counter their protagonist, yet they have opposing philosophies. While Kira kills to protect his quiet life, Adachi kills to escape his and create pure chaos. Their opposite philosophies and investigative stories create a fight between peace, chaos, lies, and truth. Oh yeah, we also need to see... I moved my mouse away, but we also need to see the... we can click this. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, let's make sure you guys see the thumbnail, because that's really important to see. Also, I just noticed I've been moving my mouse a lot. Spoilers for Persona 4, yeah, it's one of the most well-known spoilers of all time. Why not, right? You never know. You never know what people are doing at the moment. It's still nice that they do that. Yeah, thumbnail by me. Once you see them, it's too late. Yes, of course. So this is another one where I actually do think it has a pretty cool level of contrast. Like, again, the whole opposing philosophies, protect his quiet life while Adachi kills to escape and create chaos. Again, one that feels like it kind of services how the characters would work. So that's a cool level of contrast for them, I think. And of course, the series combination is great. We've had Persona versus JoJo's before. While there is a huge power difference between those series, at least most of the time, the idea of like Personas versus Stans is so obvious, right? Like the two main like metaphysical or spiritual manifestations, you know, manifestation fighters, you know, like that's a very obvious idea. It does not surprise me that there are still people that want, you know, Persona versus JoJo's matchups and all that. The one thing though is that like I do think that while this is a very different type of matchup than Joker versus Giorno, I do feel like the debate is just kind of worse. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like from the perspective of like answering the debate, Joker versus Giorno kind of answered that debate as well as this one. You know what I mean? Just like based on what the characters have, based on where they would realistically scale. Like, I feel like there's not a, like, this matchup is still very different, right? They still have different abilities and all that. But as far as just like the simple question of who would win in a fight, I feel like we do already kind of have that answer, but I also know there are a lot of people that don't really care about that stuff, and they're just big fans of like Persona and JoJo's, and they want to, they just want to see more of that stuff, right? And I'm not really one to say that Persona and JoJo should never, you know, pair up again unless under very specific circumstances, just because of Joker versus Giorno, right? I do know that at one point though that Liam did tweet that like he does feel kind of similar, that like that this matchup, at least debate-wise, is kind of just Joker versus Giorno without Gold Experience Requiem. And I think that's a bit of an oversimplification, but I do get what he's saying. You know what I mean? But still, like, I still know that there were a lot of people that wanted this even before Joker versus Giorno happened, and that's still great. You know, if this one happened, I'm sure it would still be a fun time, because these series do just mesh really well together. Cosmic Drone, thank you for the super chat. There's still an argument for Kira due to Killer Queen bypassing durability entirely. That's fair. Again, it would depend on, like, I feel like speed would be a big factor then, because if it's the sort of thing where both of them can kill each other in, again, just the general idea, maybe this isn't exactly how it works, but the general idea of if two characters can kill each other in one hit and they can do it just as easily as each other, then it's probably a matter of speed. If not that, then definitely like other sort of hacksy abilities. But either, at very least, we're still seeing a win con for Kira, right? Which is still much better than if there was none at all. So that's very good to know as well. Thank you so much for that, and thank you for the super chat in general. So for the record, we're now halfway done. We have gone through half of the matchups that we have submitted. I think maybe one over half, but we're still like, we're halfway done. We're halfway through this. So this already, even trying to go through relatively quicker, it is taking a while. I think for the previous episodes, it usually capped at around 2 hours as far as like straight talking about matchups. We're only halfway done, and it's approaching an hour and a half, or maybe a little shorter than that, maybe more like an hour 15 because of like the intro and all that. So you guys can see exactly why we need to go through this at a bit of a quicker pace, just to make sure we fit everybody's thing in, and, you know, again, I don't burn myself out, and, you know, by the end of it, I'm basically just wheezing throughout the entire thing, because again, there's only so much I can prepare, only so much I can do what I'm doing right here for so long, because even with going through all this quicker, we are still over the normal halfway point of time, right? So clearly, I think this is the proper way to structure this, because again, I don't see us getting fewer submissions going forward. That would be my guess. But again, we'll see how it goes for the next time. But I imagine something like this is probably the best way to do this. Next up, insert comic book track, Gwenpool versus Batmite. They are both nerds of DC and Marvel, and both can mess with the comic or show they are in, and are very unpredictable, both representing the fan, and both being meta-aware. Fight dynamics has the potential to be like Discord versus Bill, while having funny interactions. So I guess one thing I should say first and foremost is that I now get a little bit more why there were some people who were disappointed that Gwenpool did not fight Superboy Prime. The Prime that I was more familiar with, at least as far as like his personality, was more of like how he was at the beginning, like that super chud Prime, as Death Battle put it, like the really angry, insane one that would just go around killing everybody, kind of like before he got his redemption. But after he got his redemption, honestly, he basically is the same as Gwenpool. Like, it surprised me how similar he was in terms of personality and how he, like, goes about things in general. It did surprise me at that point. So, I can understand why there were some people who were upset about that, but at this point, I don't really think Gwenpool versus Superboy Prime is going to happen. I don't really see them bringing Prime back. So I think we do kind of have to move over to some other Gwenpool matchups and seeing what else we like. And honestly, I think this is a decent pick for her. I definitely think it's a decent pick for Batmite if you want to get a matchup for him. I know that there are some other ones that were thrown around, like Batmite versus what was it? I think it's just Spider-Ham, right? Batmite versus Spider-Ham. I know Spider-Ham does work with Toon Force, but as far as I'm aware, that does not compare to a 5th dimensional imp. I feel like something like this has the potential to work a lot better with that, you know, like them having a similar amount of control. So I think it works quite well for Batmite, and I know Gwenpool does have other options, but I think this also works decently well for her. It's really more about the craziness than the connections, you know what I mean? Like these characters are not like one-to-one to each other as something like Ant-Man versus Atom or Green Arrow versus Hawkeye. Funnily enough, I think you could actually compare this to Sentry versus Superboy Prime, where they're not like a one-to-one comparison of each other, but they have some similar attributes that make for an interesting dynamic and interesting conversation. It does kind of remind me more of that. And I feel like those kinds of battles are still very welcome for Death Battle, as long as, you know, Death Battle still prioritizes connections and at least, you know, a decent amount of their matchups, because I still think connections are important. And there is still some stuff that overlaps with these characters. So I do think it is a very fair match for both of them, at least as far as like just what makes sense. I think it would be a lot of fun. Again, like you said, Discord versus Bill having funny interactions, absolutely it could. Just going crazy as hell. One of those where like again, unlike the other one where it's again like breaking the medium or controlling the medium in a more serious way, this is definitely more akin to like your Looney Tunes doing whatever the hell they want because it's funny. And seeing that come out of like a Marvel versus DC episode could be fun. If we get more Marvel versus DC episodes that have the same amount of passion put into them as Sentry versus Prime, then give me more Marvel versus DC. Like at that point, like that has restored my faith in wanting more Marvel versus DC, even though ironically I think now they might be prioritizing that less, which is a little disappointing. Like they were doing more of them when I feel like they weren't as good as maybe they could be now, but I digress. This could be a fun battle. Very decent idea for both of them, I think. Especially because with Batmite, like I don't know if I can really think of another opponent for him that like I would really want instead. But I'm sure there might be some that exist. Symbiosis, Orphe and Magus versus Philia and Samson. Zenless Zone 0 versus Skullgirls. Young women whose greatest weapon is a living partner fused to them, turning them into inseparable two-person fighters whose bond is both their greatest strength and the thing that defines their identity. So this is definitely giving me like Ryuko versus Crona vibes. Like having things that are like attached to them or like work with them and such, like Senketsu for Ryuko and Ragnarok for Crona. That was actually the matchup that I thought we were going to get back in season 7 when Crona was first revealed at the end of season 6, and I was very disappointed when we got something other than that. Ryuko versus Crona is actually a matchup I think I would still like to see if Death Battle ever decided to do it, but I kind of have to go off the assumption that maybe it won't. And if we got this instead, I think I'd be okay with that. I still want that kind of concept, you know, like the whole living partner fused to them and really focusing on the relationships between that. Because again, we had Ryuko, like obviously Shadow doesn't really have anything like that, or at least he did not have anything like that really at the beginning, you know, or at least not that much they talked about like something like really fused to him. And with Venom versus Crona, they didn't really put a lot of emphasis on like the relationship between, you know, the main person and the living weapon, right? At least not as much as they could have. This is one where it feels like they very much can lean on that and talk about how that works, you know, the similarities and differences between the symbiosis and stuff, because that's one of the main things I would expect from Death Battle. It's like, yes, we get it. They both have like the symbiosis thing going on, but how is it different? Can you explain the exact specifications of how it works and whether that actually applies to the winner or not, like if it applies to the outcome or not? Like just talk about that stuff. That's the stuff I would want to see, like the science behind it and how it differs. So whether through Ryuko versus Crona or something like this, very much would want to see that. And of course, as I've said before on this show, Skullgirls needs to get on. Why does Skullgirls not have a matchup? That is like, obviously it was Tekken before, like the main fighting game series where it was weird that it hadn't been on the show yet, but now Tekken got on like forever ago. This is the one where it feels like this is the main fighting game where it's like, how have they not gotten one episode, right? Definitely feel like we need one. I know Death Battle doesn't like using fighting games that much anymore, but Skullgirls at least feels like it needs an episode. This one, I think, the main Skullgirls matchup I think of that I really like is like Squiggly versus Shenko, but honestly, this one would probably be around its level too. Just from like, I want to look into it, yeah, like with all of these, I'd want to look into it a little bit more just to know for sure, but just based on this description, like, it feels like this is one I could very much get behind, just based on what it brings and the kind of stuff that I like to see in death battles. So overall, yeah, I think this one kicks ass. I very much would like to see this. Let me get a drink of water while you guys mull over this one. So for this one, we have Echoes of the Future. Future Trunks from Dragon Ball versus the Luminary from Dragon Quest. The Saiyan Warrior of the Future, the descended champion of Yggdrasil, both exemplary heroes that willingly defy all manner of risks to their own worlds in an attempt to not just save those they hold dear, but to prevent their futures from becoming inevitable cataclysms through either their genetic or magical inheritance. Thumbnail by Zero. Thank you, Zero, for the thumbnail. Looks good. So for this one, yes, so obviously we've seen Trunks on Death Battle before. We've seen the Dragon Ball Heroes version of Trunks specifically. It would be nice to see canon Trunks and seeing like his maximum level of power and how it differs from, and like just how the story in general differs from Heroes, you know, seeing Death Battle analyze that. I still think there are some Dragon Ball characters though where it would be better just to get characters where we haven't seen them in any way, shape, or form. The main ones, of course, I can think of are Gohan and Piccolo, because we haven't seen them at all on Death Battle. I think they should prioritize that before bringing Trunks back again, but I still think that Trunks coming back in his canon form, or canon version, is still better, you know, then I'd say like bringing Heroes Trunks back again. Like, it would still be good for them to do, I think. It would be nice at least. That being said, I hate Hero with a burning passion because my brother has gotten too good at Smash Brothers, and he plays Hero really, really well, and he usually beats me when we fight with friends and all that. Hero does annoy me. I know he's technically not, you know, the best character in the game or all that. There are other characters that are more problematic or cause more issues or whatever, but Hero is one of those characters where, like, yes, it starts off as very much high risk, high reward, but once you get good enough with the character, you know how to mitigate like every single risk possible, right? And at that point, it doesn't feel like high risk, high reward anymore. It just feels like you're getting hit with a bunch of stuff that you can't do anything about. You know what I mean? And I feel like you can say that about a lot of different characters or a lot of different games. Like, once you get good enough, like, the high risk, high reward thing doesn't really feel like it's there anymore. I know there is still some risk because of like the randomness that can happen with Hero sometimes, but yeah, it's just annoying sometimes. But anyway, that's more off topic. Obviously, I don't want Hero to not come to Death Battle ever, like any version of Hero. He doesn't even play the Luminary. He plays Alt 4. But the one thing I will say is that I do think that, you know, because we've had so much Dragon Ball on Death Battle, I still want the conversations to be good. You know what I mean? Like, I still want the debate doesn't have to be like incredibly debatable or anything like that, but I still want the conversation to be interesting. But because we've seen so much Dragon Ball on Death Battle before, and we kind of know like exactly how Death Battle scales them, this is an example of a matchup where I would kind of want a little bit more from the debatability. Just because I feel like at this point, because we've had so much Dragon Ball, that is like the main way that this would be interesting to me. It can really only, because there's not really much more to learn now, right? At least as far as like their power and speed scaling. It would really only be an interesting conversation to me if this was quite debatable, or more debatable than your average Dragon Ball matchup. This was one of the reasons why I wasn't in love with Cell versus Metal, because I'm like, the conversation just isn't interesting at all, and we've seen too much Dragon Ball and too much Sonic for there to be any ambiguity. It's kind of similar to here. I feel like with Dragon Ball, Death Battle needs to prioritize debatability with their Dragon Ball matchups, because I feel like that's like the main way to make those matchups interesting again, you know, interesting to talk about, as opposed to other series where it's like it's the first time they're coming onto Death Battle, and that alone kind of makes it interesting. With Dragon Ball, we've seen too much of it where I feel like we need something that's at least a bit more debatable. Now, that being said, I don't know, like, I'm saying this to ultimately say I don't know where Dragon Quest scales. Maybe they scale high enough for it to fall under that definition for me, or maybe it's, or maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. I feel like that's like one of the main things that could sway me for this one. But otherwise, it does feel like a very appropriate fit for both of these characters. And with other Trunks matchups, like I know there's Trunks versus that main guy from Chrono Trigger. I personally am more of a Piccolo versus Magus guy, but that's just me. Also Trunks versus Cable. Never been a huge fan of that one, to be honest. So kind of like with Luigi, I'm not as like stuck on a specific matchup for Trunks if he ever came back. So I feel like this could be cool. It's just it is one where I would be disappointed if I found out, well, it's just incredibly one-sided one way or the other, because it's like, well then, where's the interest as far as the debate goes, right? That's just me, though. I know people look at matchups differently than that, but that's like the main thing that I think of. But it is a very cool idea. Motherfucker, Eric Cartman versus Porky Minch, South Park versus Mother or Earthbound, overweight spoiled brats whose incompetent parents molded them into being pure evil. Despite being cowardly and physically pathetic, they'll do anything to screw over the other kids they don't like, whether through attaining governmental power, starting cults, traveling through time, or even enlisting the help of eldritch monsters. My god. Thumbnail by me. Fight art by Galaxy Video Max. Oh, that's great. Hey, that guy works on Death Battle now. Yeah, exactly what I was thinking. So this is the art that we have here at the bottom. Cartman attacks, fuck you, ass licker. Oh, that's great. Yeah, great job, Max. If you're somehow watching this, that is great. That is an amazing art piece right there. And the thumbnail looks good too. So yeah, scrolling back up just so I have everything in front of me. So yeah, this fight concept is absolutely crazy. One of the things that makes me think first is like, how the heck would you animate these characters together? Because I can't visualize Cartman not being animated exactly like this. You know what I mean? Like the way he moves, like the more 2D looking world of South Park. Like, I cannot possibly imagine Cartman being animated in like a different style, right? But then what does that mean? Does that mean like you do Porky in that style too? Or maybe part of the appeal is they actually look very different from each other. Like, they look like two characters from different animations, but look like basically exactly how they look in their own media. Maybe that's the angle for that, you know? It's just, it's so hard for me to imagine Cartman looking any different from that, you know? So my main question would be like, how would Death Battle put these characters together in an animation? I feel like they could do it. I'm just curious how they would go about it. I think realistically, Death Battle would probably choose like another, like, you know, adult cartoon kid if they were going to bring, well, first of all, if they're going to bring South Park into Death Battle, I think it's going to be Cartman. I think that's obvious, but I kind of think they would put him against someone like Stewie Griffin or Bart Simpson, you know. But honestly, I think those are a little too general for someone like Cartman. This one honestly feels like it hones a lot more on, you know, the stupid little shit sort of character that Cartman is, right? This feels like it has more of, like, it hones in more of that theme. You know, there's some overlap with like Bart and Stewie maybe, but not as much as this one. It feels like that kind of glosses over like exactly who Cartman is, kind of just boils him down to being like, oh yeah, like a kid from an adult cartoon who, you know, might not be the best person all the time. But this really feels like, oh yeah, these guys are little shits, you know, and you can really focus on that. So honestly, even though I'm not sure if it's the one that would happen, this is probably my front runner for Cartman, just because I think it fits with his specific character the best. I don't know what the debate is like, to be fair, but just based on how, like, the good that it does for his character and also Porky's character at the same time, obviously, I feel like this one just really benefits each other, and I feel like the analyses benefit from it, the dialogue, and again, the progression of the fight. Like, are they going to enlist the help of eldritch monsters? Could they? Like, I think all of it works so well just based on what they've done and based on who they are. It does feel like Porky is the Cartman of Earthbound, you know, like, or Mother or whatever, so that does feel like it works very much. Cosmic Drone, thank you for the super chat. Cartman in South Park style, Porky in sprites. Yeah, you could do that. I feel like this would have to be one of the death battles where like they actually look different from each other, because I feel like you have to animate Cartman like that. But how can you animate his opponent like that without it looking weird? Without it just looking like an episode of South Park? So that would definitely be not necessarily a hurdle that Death Battle would have to figure out, but it would be different. I guess it would be a hurdle. It would be a challenge at least. Like something I'm sure they could make work, but they would have to like figure that all out before they really start it, you know? But at least conceptually, yeah, this is a really cool idea. This is a really, really funny idea. I hope it happens. So now this is the other Judge or Judge Holden matchup that I was talking about. Yeah, fucking forever ago since we did the first one, right? The Devil Hunts God, Judge Holden versus Moby Dick. Blood Meridian versus Herman Melville's Moby Dick. Connections, two massive albino monsters representing humanity's evil and nature's wrath. Both drive characters in their books to insanity and fear to the point of horrifying obsession. Both stories also reference many biblical themes, with Holden being believed to be the devil and Moby Dick to be God himself. Thumbnail made by me, art by Kaiser Isaiah Fu on Reddit. So yeah, let's also look at the art. So that's the thumbnail. I like how it's almost like Moby Dick is like part of the background, almost, you know, with a little bit more in the foreground. That's really cool. Oh, wow, yeah. The day the devil lead men to hunt down God himself, my law. That's really cool. Again, like kind of making the whale like the monster whale or whatever the background. Yeah, that's really cool. Very, very well done art. We do have another super chat from Mr. Goodies. Thank you so much. I have to ask for a bud, how likely is South Park for Death Battle? I think I cannot physically imagine South Park coming on before like Homer versus Peter. You know what I mean? I feel like it might depend on how well that episode does, because I also feel like South Park is just less likely than stuff like Family Guy or The Simpsons, right? Just like in general. I feel like it would very much depend on how well that episode does. And if it's like, oh my god, like people love seeing adult cartoons, then it's like, then what else can we do? Maybe then they could go to South Park. But I don't really see them going to South Park before that point. And if the episode like really tanks, then I think there's a chance they might just like lay off of it, or again, only stick to like the really popular ones. Although of course, South Park is also really popular. But I just don't see that happening like first, right? So my answer is I think it depends on how well other stuff they would do first does. But again, I don't work for Death Battle. I don't know what they're thinking. Maybe they're working on a Cartman matchup right now. They have surprised us before. But thank you so much for the super chat. I will keep my fingers crossed for your bud. But yes, talking about Judge Holden versus Moby Dick. So we're definitely getting into some heavy shit with this one. Like, you know, the whole God and devil thing, driving to insanity and fear, like horrifying obsession. Like that is some heavy shit that we are getting into. And the first thing I thought of when I saw this matchup was the, you know, like the, I don't know if you were taught this in school, but like the literary conflict ideas of like man versus man, man versus nature, man versus self. Do you guys know what I'm talking about when I say that? Maybe that's not being taught anymore, but it's kind of like the ways that you can like set up conflict, right? This is like the definition of like a death battle of man versus nature. Just as you said, like humanity's evil and nature's wrath. And I think something that leans more into that is really cool. Like, usually I'd be like, well, how exactly is this going to work? I feel like this could work. Again, just making like, kind of like maybe Godzilla versus Hulk, where it feels like Moby Dick is more of like a set piece, or equally as much of a set piece as he is a combatant, right? I feel like it would have to be something similar to that, but something where the whole thing, like, you know, man versus nature is a very cool idea, just like as a death battle, like a one-off death battle. And this is another one where I feel like they really use their contrasts the matchup really uses their contrast to its advantage, right? You know, really feel like two sides of the same coin here. Still enough connections to be like, I get why these guys are being paired together, but enough interesting things as well on top of that, like enough interesting differences. I would still be curious of how exactly they would work. They would make the choreography work. I feel like that would have to be handled very meticulously, make sure that it still works, you know, well enough. Because if they find that like it's just too difficult to make work, then again, like, is it really worth doing? I think they could make it work. I would just be curious to see exactly how they would go about that choreography. I think it would be a bit of a challenge. And as I said before, Judge Holden matchups have a lot of different like angles. I feel like a lot of people like to focus more on the true evil side of things for him. But we've had two matchups where it kind of does something a little, well, this one especially does it more different from that. It strays more away from that. But I think, yeah, like, I don't really have a preferred for Judge Holden right now. I just think what I would want it to be is something interesting, and this definitely seems interesting. Moby Dick on Death Battle is such a weird idea, but like, I feel like maybe it could work. Death Battle can usually make things work, you know? So if they were to do this, it would be like, it would definitely surprise me, but it would be like, okay, if you're announcing this, show me what you got, because I want to see this do well. Thank you, Ranger Forever, for the super chat. The fact Rick and Morty too, of course. The fact Rick Sanchez as our first adult cartoon before Peter versus Homer is quite the thought to think of. Yeah, that's true. Although granted, I did see a lot of like Rick Sanchez matchups being thrown around to the point where like I could have seen it did surprise me now that I think about it, but I could have seen you know, a Rick Sanchez matchup before Homer versus Peter. I did think that was possible. And technically anything's possible, but I did think it could have happened. With South Park, it seems like I don't really know if that would happen. I do think the next adult cartoon matchup we're going to get is Homer versus Peter, but that doesn't even necessarily mean it's going to happen soon. I just can't really think of anything they would want to prioritize before that. Rick and Morty, I think, made sense. I don't really know about any... Although I guess it also depends on what you consider an adult cartoon, right? Because Samurai Jack was also on Adult Swim, at least at some point, right? It depends on what you consider it, you know? But yeah, I think the next main one's still going to be Homer versus Peter. Alrighty, now we can scroll down. Alright, a lot of stuff to read here too. Master/Teacher versus Boxo, reincarnated as a sword versus reincarnated as a vending machine. Track name, reincarnated as a sword vending machine. Two non-living things that have souls of a human man. They can fight really well and level up really quickly. When they are only in the beginning of the series, they fight off monsters really well. They helped other people super well. They can fight really powerful... That either means they can fight really powerfully or they can fight really powerful beings. Master speed is Mach 2 speed, and Boxo speed is an old truck. Okay, interesting. I made the track in the thumbnail. All right, so let me take a look at what we have. So we do have we have some funny reactions down there. We do have a thumbnail. So yeah, that's exactly what you said. We have a sword, we have a vending machine, and then we have the track, which is the sword in the vending machine with eyes. That's very cute. And then the two women in the background as well. If you can't tell by now, I haven't really seen either of these. Again, though, really love those fun anime or light novel names or whatever. Back when I thought that like reincarnated as a slime was not only like the weirdest anime name to be found, but also the only one where you would be reincarnated. But no, it turns out there's a lot of reincarnation series out there. As proven by this, but I know there's even more than that on top of that, right? So that's really funny. So my brother actually, I think, did see like a couple episodes of Reincarnated as a Vending Machine. He doesn't usually like anime, but I think for some reason he did see a couple episodes of that. I did not. I haven't seen either of these shows. But it is a very specific string that this matchup is pulling on. It's a very weird string that this matchup is pulling on. Like, again, it's the kind of thing that would make you raise your eyebrow at first. But to be fair, Death Battle has done stuff. Like, it kind of feels like an Ego versus Mogo thing. You know what I mean? Where it feels like... it feels like the connections are so specific that it's like, how can you not think about the idea at least, right? So it kind of feels like an Ego versus Mogo type idea, just a very weird concept, but one that's like you can't not think about at least at some point. And Death Battle has done stuff like that, where something is just weird enough to be like, yeah, sure, let's do that. So there is a precedent at least. My one main question I have here though is, how exactly do these characters move? Like, how exactly do they fight, you know? Because, you know, it says that they can fight really powerfully or whatever, clearly they do fight. No, I mean, one of them is literally a weapon, right? So clearly they do fight. I am just curious about, like, how exactly they physically move. Like, are they moved through, like, the women at the bottom? Is that how they get around? Is that how things work? Is it the sort of thing where it's like, because one of them's a weapon and because one of them's not, like, that's kind of just how it would end up going? Or is because the vending machine maybe would just fall on top of the sword and that'd be it? I guess I would have to know more about, like, their specific, you know, power and durability and such. So that would be my main question. Kind of like how some people question, like, Thomas versus Lightning McQueen, like how exactly, like, the fight would physically go just based on how they move. This is one where I would definitely want to learn more about that to know whether or not, like, I think this really works as, like, an animation, a fight to the death sort of thing. That's, like, the main thing I feel like I need to know. And this is definitely one where I feel like it would be treated as a joke episode. Whether or not it's suggested as that, it's one where I feel like Death Battle would treat it more as, like, a jokier episode. Maybe not to the point where it would be like both of them win or both of them lose or whatever, but it would definitely be treated more as, like, you know, a sillier joke episode, you know? So yeah, again, very, very inspired idea, very interesting idea. Death Battle has done stuff like this before. I don't know if they would do this specifically. Again, like, just such a weird idea. Like, the connection is so specific and all that. Again, Ego versus Mogo type shit. But yeah, very, very inspired idea for sure. How much water do I have? Okay, I have a few. I've been pacing myself good. Hope you guys are still having fun. We still have quite a bit left to go. Silver Wolf versus Kamen Rider Para DX. Honkai Star Rail versus Kamen Rider X Aid. Two antagonistic master gamers who use advanced tech and game cartridges to play reality like a game and play a role in the story's start. Both are shaped by survivalist mentality due to their upbringing. However, despite this, they reluctantly join a team that becomes like a family to them. Thumbnail made by C-Seat on Discord. Thank you, C-Seat, for the thumbnail. That actually does, I like the colors. That actually does look really good. So this is a matchup that, again, most of what I would know from this is just, like, reading this description. But based off of that and based on everything else that I know, this does feel like a pretty good matchup. It does seem to have, like, a nice personality mix. Again, you know, the similarities that are outlined here, but also, again, some of their subtler differences. Definitely seems like it works really well as far as their personalities go. I am curious with the whole, like, they reluctantly join a team that becomes family to them. Are these characters that, like, got redeemed, or are these, like, villainous teams that we're talking about? I am kind of curious, because it says they're two antagonistic characters, right? Did they just start off that way, or did they get redeemed in some way? I am a little curious about that. Not that it really matters. Like, it wouldn't change the quality of the matchup. I'm honestly just curious. And this definitely would not be, like, my most wanted Kamen Rider matchup. Like, it's not the one that I would be the most attached to. Like, there's definitely you know, Oma Zio versus Lord Draken to me is the big one. There's also Beast Boy versus Kamen Rider O is one that I keep thinking about. And also, to some degree, Cat versus Ichigo. Again, there's so many Kamen Rider matchups. There's only so many where I can be like, oh my god, yeah, that would be amazing. And I do still think some of them, you know, are not always the best. But, you know, some of them I think still work very well because there's just so many of those kinds of characters. And I do think this one works quite well, honestly. I do think a Honkai Star Rail matchup might depend on how Death Battle sees the perception of, like, Aang versus Traveler. Like, more gacha games, I think, could depend on how well that episode did. I think right now it's actually kind of underperforming as far as views, which surprises me because that was, like, my most viewed prediction ever somehow. And I thought, oh, then the Genshin fans are going to carry the views for that one. But it hasn't really been doing that, at least not yet from what I can tell. So You know, I think the likelihood of Honkai Star Rail being used may or may not depend on what they see in terms of the reception for Aang versus Traveler. But like I've said before, I don't have an issue with just like gacha games on Death Battle. That's not really something where I'm going to be like, oh, like, it definitely can't happen. And of course, Kamen Riders should get some episodes. Like, it shouldn't just stop at Geats versus Nero. We should definitely get some more. So yeah, the whole, like, again, like, master gamers playing reality like a game, very, very cool. So yeah, even if this isn't the Kamen Rider matchup that stands out the most to me, it's one where I do think it very much works. So that's great. Hollow Hunter, thank you so much for the super chat. The debate is like Wonder of You versus 096 in the sense of, can Para's power or resistance beat Wolf's hacks, and them having equal speed? You can easily argue a win for both. Yeah, so that's kind of what I was saying before with the whole, like, usually speed is going to be a big determiner if each character can, like, just as easily kill each other, because it's just gonna be like, well, who's gonna get it first? But if it's an instance where it's like one of them is more powerful, but the other one, you know, is more powerful and has more resistances, but the other one is haxier, then yeah, like, you're really gonna have to get into like the nitty gritty of that, like, who's technically gonna, even if they can both kill each other, who's technically easier to kill each other? That's definitely a very cool, type of debate, you know, so that definitely helps too. And thank you, Overlord, for the super chat. Off topic, Raptor, any predictions of what the episode after Kai versus Tahu will be? I think a female versus female matchup, Luz versus Anne, Eve versus Gwen, Catwoman versus Black Cat, as every season has had at least one. Yeah, I think we'll probably get one of those. What will it be specifically? I don't know. I'm kind of feeling, whether it's the next episode or whether it's like soon, I'm kind of feeling Monokuma versus Koro Sensei. I'm feeling that one a little bit more right now. I'm thinking maybe we could see that one very soon. Again, that's just based off my own hunch. I've had hunches before, you know, sometimes like my hunch earlier, like you guys know from the members only streams, I've had hunches like Old Man Logan versus Last Ronin, which very much now does not look like it's going to happen this year. Right now, I would say my hunch is Monokuma versus Koro Sensei, so we'll see what happens there. I would very much like it, but it also feels like something that they've gotten more into over the last couple years and something that they would want to get to eventually. Kino, thank you so much for your super chat. Aang versus Aether got age restricted, which impacted. That's true, right? Yeah, I didn't even think about that. That definitely did happen. I did hear about that. So yes, that is definitely going to decrease the amount of views it gets. So they probably have to look at like the statistics outside of that to see if like, and that's only if they want to base that off of that's only if they want to use that to base it off of whether or not they're going to do it. They could still use Honkai Star Rail just because they want to be clear. Like, it doesn't have to hinge on what happens with Aang versus Traveler. And thank you, Kinjorix, for the 5 gifted memberships. Holy shit, thank you. You're great with gifting memberships. That is incredible of you. So now for all of you guys, just to reiterate what this means for you guys, because these are our tier 2 memberships. So if we go back to the standby screen really quickly, I promise we'll get back to the review or to the showcase in just a second. But yes, so that means that like your names will be shown in green in every video, or every video that has the channel member screen, which is going to be most of them. And you also have a ton more perks to look at. So you can, I'm sure there must be a way to look at the perks that you just gained. So if you want to submit for ballot banters, you can definitely do that. For the next time, just click the Discord join button below and make sure your YouTube account is connected to your Discord account and all that. But there's a lot of stuff that you get with those perks. So thank you so much, Kinjorix, for that. I hope everyone enjoys their memberships. It's non-renewing, it only lasts for 1 month, but if you do want to keep it going, I would very much appreciate that as well. But of course, if you just want to enjoy it for the time being, that is great as well. So thank you, Kinjorix, so much. You are amazing with the gifted memberships. I cannot thank you enough. Really appreciate you being here. And of course, it's not something you have to do, but I do think it's great that you do it, so thank you. And thank you, Hollow Hunter, for the Unk Alert. I wonder how many Unk Alerts we've been getting that I haven't quite seen, but I do appreciate, because the gifts technically, well, I think you guys might be using like currency that YouTube has provided for you. I don't know if it technically translates to like like super chat money or anything, but either way, I appreciate you gifting it. I still think it's fun. But yes, anyone who wants to gift memberships, I will love you forever. So in a non-creepy way. Anyway, now let's get back to this. We had a bit of a break looking at some stuff from super chats and whatnot. You guys are great with that. Now what do we got? Oh yeah, so now we have Big Jack Horner versus Black Dahlia, Puss in Boots: The Last Wish versus Skullgirls. Pure evil beings as diagnosed by a literal judge of morality. Both seek out wish-granting artifacts, fight using a nigh-bottomless collection of deceptive weapons, and command a small army of lackeys to do their bidding for them. Also very quippy and hide their true natures behind a respectable public front. So I'll be honest, when I first looked at this idea, like when I just first saw it in the in this chat, I was thinking, what on earth is this? This looks kind of insane. But after reading it and seeing like what these characters do have in common, I am actually surprised by how well I think this could work. These characters do actually seem to have a decent amount of like specific overlapping, like not just, you know, oh yeah, they're evil and that's it. Like, you know, they command their armies, but like they also, they nigh bottomless weapons, diagnosed by a literal judge of morality. That's such a fun connection. And seek out wish granting artifacts. Like these aren't like, you know, very general connections. These actually are fairly specific. And the fact that there's this many of them, it surprises me by how well like these characters feel like they could match up really well for each other. And I do think there is a fun thing to think about as far as like these characters are not like literally pure evil beings, like not like demonic or anything like that, like not supernatural, at least not for the most part. Like I don't want to say normal, because to say they're normal people isn't really fair, but you know what I mean, like not what you would expect from like pure evil, and yet they're both called pure evil. Like it can kind of recontextualize like what pure evil means. Like if you do like a certain amount of wrong, does that make you pure evil, even if like you're not literally pure evil? Like that's a fun kind of topic of conversation I think we could get out of this. My main concern is I don't really know if these characters are in enough stuff. Like Death Battle doesn't tend to use characters that have like I mostly think of Jack Horner for this. I don't know much about Black Dahlia and like how big of an impact she has in Skullgirls. Again, Skullgirls should still get on Death Battle. But for Jack Horner, like he's really only in one thing. And Death Battle doesn't tend to use characters that are only in like one movie or, you know, one single piece of media, especially since in Puss in Boots, like he has to share the spotlight with like two other villainous forces, even though he does definitely make an impact. I just feel like Death Battle, not that like he doesn't have enough stuff to work, but it's more like, does Death Battle tend to choose characters like that? At the moment, I would say no, they don't. But I still think it would be a fun time. Like if they were just to use Jack Horner from Puss in Boots just because, like I think that'd be great. Also, can I just say, a little off topic, Black Dahlia is a tough ass name. That is such a great name. I just wanted to say that because I think that is such a cool name. I knew someone named Dahlia actually, and in university. She was pretty hot. Anyway, though, what I'm trying to say is like I don't know what the likelihood of this exactly is, but I do think that I am surprised by how much they actually seem to have in common. And I think a lot of that, again, like the bottomless collection of deceptive weapons, like that can actually really work in its favor. So I think that if Death Battle were to choose to do this episode, like I would actually be pretty down for it. Because it seems like they do bounce off each other pretty well in more ways than one. So I'm really happy to see that. I'm surprised by how much I think it could work. And then we get to the best one. I don't want to say the best, but you know, we get to a great one. The goodest, the Pet Avengers versus the League of Super Pets, Marvel versus DC. Who needs Avengers versus Justice League when we have this? Yeah, this is another like ego versus Mogo type thing where it's like, yeah, it's really only based on one thing, but it's like that thing is so specific that it's just fun to talk about, right? Let me see if I can name all these. Well, the DC side already kind of did it for me because we already have the names like in the speech bubble. Like we have you know, Flexi the plastic bird, Bat Hound, Clay Critter. I don't know that much about Clay Critter. Crypto, Bat Cow, and Streaky. Yeah, so Streaky is like Supergirl's cat. Obviously, Crypto is Superman's dog, unless you're going off the new DCU where it's more Supergirl's dog. And then we have the Bat Cow. Everyone knows the Bat Cow. Clay Critter, obviously Clayface. And also, yeah, the Bat Hound. So we have like both, like two Batman characters, two Batman pets there. Yeah, I guess maybe it's more so everyone knows Ace the Bat Hound. I don't know if everyone knows the Bat Cow, but the Bat Cow is very much a thing. And then on the Marvel side, who do we have? So obviously that's Lockjaw. We also have Lockheed, who's Kitty Pryde or Shadowcat's pet dragon. We have Throg, you know, the frog Thor, which is really funny. I think that's Redwing up top. Who's, you know, Falcon's bird, which a lot of people don't know because Redwing really wasn't anything in the MCU. He was just kind of like a drone. But no, like Redwing is actually a bird in the comics that Falcon has a telepathic link with. So that's really cool. And then that other cat, I think that's Hairball. Like, I think that's Speedball's pet cat. Am I right about that? If so, I think that's everything there. That's crazy, like all the pets and like just putting them all together. But yeah, the Pet Avengers is such a funny name. And also just League of Super Pets, like that makes the most sense if you're trying to say like the Justice League. So yeah, like this is just hilarious, right? Like it's so fun. You're saying Death Battle can't use characters that appear in a single media, even though they used Asura. I'll admit, I actually kind of forgot that Asura only has one game. Does he appear in like more crossover stuff though? I feel like. I guess there is also like a spectrum of like how much of an impact they made like on that one piece of media. Like again, Big Jack Horner made a big impact within Puss in Boots, but it's not like, you know, he's such a big figure in the DreamWorks landscape, relatively speaking, you know what I mean? I guess maybe I could see with like Rise of the Guardians, but even then Rise of the Guardians is more like how Megamind used to be, where it's more of like a cult following. I don't even know if something like that is really like big enough to use. But again, like it is definitely a case by case thing. I just don't know if Jack Horner's really been in like enough stuff, you know what I mean? But again, if they did it, I wouldn't turn that away. It's just I'm trying to think more of like what Death Battle has done. But that is fair. There are definitely instances where it's like the rigid definition of like only one piece of media probably doesn't really work. But yeah, so I guess as far as like talking about this matchup again, like I love this concept. You know, it's less obvious as far as like what would happen here, I think, than like the regular Avengers versus Justice League, like less obvious as far as the debate. Again, if only for the fact that not a lot of people know everything that these characters can do. But I think it's also less likely, obviously. I think Death Battle, at least Ben at some point has said that they think they may have to do Avengers versus Justice League at some point because it's just so popular. And like, yeah, I'd be down for that just because I am a big comic fan. But something like this would just like, it would spark something within me that regular Avengers versus Justice League just wouldn't, right? Especially since we've seen so many of those characters already. And like fighting each other, right? Like Thor versus Wonder Woman and all that. But it does embrace the silly side of comics, and I kind of need that, right? Like I want more of that silly side to come onto Death Battle, just for the sake of being silly. So yes, this is the goodest matchup, as they say. I don't think it's going to happen, but I would very, very much like to see it. If I wasn't a comic fan, maybe I would think this is a little weird. But no, as a comic fan, like this would delight me a ton. What do we have here? Death Wish. That's a great name for the track, by the way, or just a great matchup name, Death Wish. Billy and Mandy versus Timmy Turner. The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy versus the Fairly Odd Parents. So technically Billy and Mandy and Grim versus Timmy and Cosmo and Wanda. Cartoon trios from rival networks consisting of impulsive children with immoral magical guardians or servants from another world who grant the children's every wish and whim, leading to constant supernatural disasters that they have to clean up. Ripe fight potential for this clash of morbid underworld magic and whimsical fairy magic. Thumbnail by Telekine. Thank you so much for the thumbnail. That does look like a really good thumbnail. I like how everything is framed in it. this is a mainstay matchup, right? Like, it's not as big of a cartoon matchup as, say, like Homer versus Peter, or even something like Jimmy Neutron versus Dexter, I would say. You know, but it still has, like, been around for a long time. Like, I still, every once in a while, see this one get brought up because it feels like such an obvious matchup, right? I do like how it has, like, you know, emphasizing the identical structure, like the near identical structures of their series. I remember when I was growing up, I thought that, like, Fairly Odd Parents and Johnny Test have, like, the same kind of structure, where it's like, you have, like, this one immature kid who just wants something from either his fairies or his sisters, and then they get it, and it goes horribly wrong, and they have to solve it. Like, when I was a kid, I was watching those shows very much, and I was like, these two shows are, like, the exact same. But I guess, yeah, there are more shows where, like, that does happen. Even, like, Jimmy Neutron, you could argue, like, you know, it's just the new invention just goes wrong. So, yeah, there are definitely a lot of shows that work that way, and I do think, of course, this works way better for Timmy than, like, Johnny Test, right? I know, who is there for Johnny Test? Like, Kik Batowski? I heard that a few times. But anyway, that's a little off topic. Yeah, again, mainstay matchup here. Feels very appropriate for them. I feel like the animation could very much have, like, a Scooby versus Courage-like story, where it's, like, they just kind of, like, happen to, like, bump into each other, like, and just, like, through the wishes that they're making. I feel like, just, again, like, a lot of the time would just be spent on doing silly stuff. Doesn't even really feel like a fight half the time, even though it's still, like, still a fight at some point and trying to answer who would win in a fight. I feel like it could take some inspiration from Scooby versus Courage with that. Of course, as with all, like, Fairly Odd Parents stuff, I do question exactly how Death Battle would handle the specific rules. I imagine there's more strict rules with the fairies than there is with Grimm, just because I don't hear it as much. I'll admit I'm way more familiar with Fairly Odd Parents than Grimm Adventures. But, you know, I still think that there are people who've said, you know, there are workarounds for some of the rules. Like, I feel like that might not necessarily be enough to stop Death Battle from using Timmy and Cosmo and Wanda. Of course, though, it would also depend on, like, to what extent can these characters do anything, right? Like, what specific advantages do they have? Hopefully there wouldn't be anything where it's like, oh, well, these characters obviously win because of this very obvious thing that one side has that the other doesn't. Maybe it does work out that way, though. Like, we can't really control that. But either way, like, even just for the humor side and for, like, the nostalgia side, like, I get why a lot of people like this one. I think it would delight me to see, like, Timmy and, you know, Fairly Odd Parents come back in some way like this. Yeah, I think there's a reason why it has kind of stood the test of time, even if it's not as popular as a lot of other cartoons. But yeah, still very, very fun idea. And having the kids all interact with each other would also be fun. I feel like Cosmo and Billy might even, like, leave the fight at some point just to do their own shit. You know? Like, I feel like something like that could happen. There's a lot of room for humor, for funny stuff in this one, for sure. What do we got next? A fine addition, Trazyn the Infinite versus Brainiac, Collector of Worlds, Warhammer 40,000 versus DC. A battle between two of sci-fi's infamous collectors, who use their hyper-advanced technology and infinitely long lifespans to amass as many subjects for their collections as possible, with their opposing mindsets, Brainiac as the cold scientist and Trazyn as a caring historian. They use incomprehensible weapons and massive collections to complete their goals. Thank you so much for the super chat, Ranger Forever. How we still don't have Nickelodeon versus Cartoon Network in this show? Well, the big one for that is still is it still because Cartoon Network is Dexter and Nickelodeon is Jimmy? Yeah, like, we've had Disney versus Cartoon Network and we've had Disney versus Nickelodeon, but we haven't had Cartoon Network versus Nickelodeon. And I do feel like Jimmy versus Dexter is still the Cartoon versus Nickelodeon one Cartoon Network versus Nickelodeon one that I would want. Still would probably want it more than you know, Death Wish, as that was said. But that still seems like it could be a very cool way to kind of, like, round off that you know, round off that matchup, tick it off, you know. Yeah, it's kind of weird we don't have that yet. But I'm talking about Trazyn the Infinite versus Brainiac. I love this. I think this is such a great idea. I think this is honestly, like, the most well-rounded matchup for Brainiac that we can find at the moment. I know that a lot of people still like Brainiac versus Ultron, and I get it, I understand. I wouldn't be, you know, I wouldn't be like mad if that happened. I know there's also like Shockwave from Transformers. I know there's some other Marvel ones as well, like the Collector or Kang the Conqueror. But honestly, I think this one is the most well-rounded as far as potential debatability, but also just like doing something different, you know, and the whole like I really think you have to focus on like not just the intelligence, but also like the collecting side of things. And I feel like this one, and the technology side of things too, right? I feel like you could also get a lot of that with Kang too. Well, maybe not the collection side as much. That's why I'm saying I think that overall, while all the other matchups have advantages to them, I think this one just has like a little bit of everything, you know? And I really appreciate that. I think that not only do I really want Warhammer 40,000 on the show just because I think it would be cool, but I also just think it works the best for Brainiac as far as being the most well-rounded. Perfect, maybe not, but still overall the most well-rounded. But kind of like D&D, it's like I just want to see a Warhammer 40,000 matchup on Death Battle, whether it's this, whether it's something like Thrall versus Gazgul Thraka, shout out Torok, of course, whatever it is, whatever form it is, I would like to see it happen on Death Battle, regardless of how likely it is. I just want to see it. But this does very much feel like the best one for Brainiac right now, at least for me. I think this one actually almost got into my dream season this year. It was definitely submitted. It was one I would have definitely liked to put in, but of course you only have limited spots. But yeah, it has lots of style. I feel like it could actually be like show the scary side of having a lot of intelligence, like even more effectively than something like Lex Luthor versus Doctor Doom, but like showing just like the scary side of it. And again, like the showing off the collections, the technology, like trying to implement all of that into the analyses and the animation would be so much fun. And I like to think that this would have like the Death Battle hype effect of like when this happens, more people would get into Warhammer 40,000 afterwards, you know, and maybe get into Brainiac more. I think Brainiac is supposed to be the villain in the next Superman movie, right? So maybe this could happen for that, maybe, or maybe, yeah, maybe it would hype this matchup up enough for people to like it, or maybe you would do that for a different Brainiac matchup. I know that Ultron is returning for Vision Quest, so maybe if both of them are kind of getting like big stuff like roughly around the same time, maybe that would re-spark Ultron versus Brainiac. But at the moment, I can say this is the one that I want. I think this would be a lot of fun. Can you tell that I'm losing my voice? I feel like you can. I'm gonna get some more water. What time are we at now? Okay, so we've been going for a little over 2 hours. How many more do we have? Ooh, okay, we still have a little bit more. If I had to guess when this is gonna wrap up, I would probably guess like somewhere between like half an hour and 45 minutes. After that, we can probably stick around for a little bit longer just to like chat and stuff. But yeah, hope you guys have been having fun. Even if you're sticking around for a little bit, if you can only stick around for a little bit, if you're sticking around for the whole time, that's amazing. But even if just for a little bit, happy to have you here, of course. Royal Gourmet, King K. Rool versus King Pig, Donkey Kong versus Angry Birds. Villainous green animal kings that are quite silly and terrorize a family, Donkey Crew, and the flock several times in order to steal their delicious belongings, rotten bananas and eggs. I like to call this one Bowser versus Eggman, but cartoonishly goofier, since the dynamic is similar in how they differ and are alike. The big difference is that King Pig is a spoiled coward, and King K. Rool is a full-blown cartoon psychopath. And yes, this is one where it can become a kaiju battle. One thing is for certain this battle would have way too much destruction of property. Can already see a laser cannon being pointed at Piggy Island. Thumbnail by me. For future reference, I do think this this description, while I do appreciate, is probably a little too much over the word count that I provided. But again, like I'll let it slide for this time, but I'll probably be cracking down a little bit more on it once we once we reopen it for the next time. But just wanted to point that out. But still, like, thank you for the description and all that. This one's difficult because, like, I feel like there are other alts for these characters I might have in mind. Like I said, I still think King K. Rool versus Blackbeard is good enough. I still like it well enough, you know? Something I can say I still would like to see. And when it comes to King Pig, I know that there's also King K. Rool versus Captain Hook. I know that exists. And then there's also, for King Pig, sometimes I think King Pig versus Dr. Zomboss, but then I feel like Dr. Zomboss also has other stuff, like he has, you know, what's the guy's name? Dr. Neocortex from Crash Bandicoot, and then that could leave the door open for maybe Plants versus Zombies versus Angry Birds in general, like the plants versus the birds. But then it's like, would I want that one more than Dr. Zomboss versus King Pig? I don't know, because I do like villain stuff, and I feel like maybe that could work a little better. And then there's also, like, you could put Cortex against, like, Nefarious from, like, Ratchet and Clank. You don't even have to put him against Zomboss. So, like, it feels like there's a lot of different opponents for, like, these characters that could affect whether or not Death Battle does this one, especially on King Pig's side. But I can say that I think this one does work decently well. It's definitely, like, on the sillier side of, like, what you would probably see from King K. Rool matchups, but I don't think that's a bad thing. Like you said, the whole, like, Bowser versus Eggman bar cartoonishly goofier, I do definitely think there is some truth to that. Definitely a lot of stuff that they just, like, random stuff that they have. I would assume that, like, King K. Rool versus, like, other matchups wouldn't typically have it as, like, an army battle. Although, would this be, like, some kind of army battle? I mean, I guess it would be, like, he could just have, like, his like other crocodiles, I guess. I don't know exactly. But with I imagine that King Pig wouldn't just be limited to himself, right? Like his physical self, like there would be more. At least with, like, against Zomboss, there definitely would be more. So definitely one where I think we need to iron out exactly what the conditions of the fight are. But considering you're comparing it to Bowser versus Eggman, I do have to imagine it is supposed to be more of like an all-encompassing army fight with like all the other characters, so to speak. Like, it's weird to call like the pigs characters, but you know what I mean, like all the other guys and like any technology they have or whatnot. I do still think that the whole King K. Rool scaling might ruffle some feathers, because there are some people that think it should only, you know, be contained to Donkey Kong, as opposed to like the general Mario universe. I feel like Death Battle wouldn't go that route. I feel like that could still ruffle some feathers. And also animating the pigs for a Death Battle, like I feel like that's something that might also be a little difficult to figure out how they would do it and how they would do it in a satisfying way. Although then again, like we have seen, like, it's not just that the pigs are sitting still. Like we've seen like the Angry Birds movies. We kind of have a better idea of like how they could move. You know, I feel like if you give this one to Moro, like I feel like he could make something work really easily, you know? So just something I feel like they would have to keep in mind, but nothing that says the episode shouldn't happen or that King Pig shouldn't be on Death Battle. I think he should. I think it would be great. I like Plants vs. Zombies and Angry Birds and that kind of stuff, like were some of like the games from my childhood, you know? So seeing Angry Birds to some capacity on Death Battle would be great. Just a wonder of like how exactly will they animate it, but I'm sure they could figure it out. Yeah, the main thing is that there are just other opponents out there, but like I don't think that means that I don't think they necessarily outclass this one, you know? I still feel like it could very well work. Could still very well be. And especially like becoming a kaiju battle, holy shit. I'd like to see that. So yeah, still very, very cool idea. What do we have next? We have all the plant, all the plant reactions at the bottom there. Poison Ivy versus, oh my god, Biollante? I should have looked this up earlier. But Poison Ivy, I'm going to say versus Biollante. DC versus Toho. Once ordinary women who were turned into embodiments of nature, they felt the suffering of their environment around them and slowly became monsters. Poison Ivy's plant manipulation can let her make kaiju-sized plants, kaiju again, to match Biollante's size and aggression in an all-out battle of thorns and thistles. This is a very creative idea. This is probably not one I ever would have conceptualized on my own, but I can definitely say that this is a very creative idea. I do think that the idea of like kaiju plants help as far as like what the fight dynamic would look like, because my first thought would be like, how would this go? How would this be animated even? But the fact that there are like, you know, the kaiju plants, that definitely very much helps, I think, here. So a very easy way for them to animate the battle, I think, at least to some, like you would still have to put some focus on Poison Ivy herself, I think. But again, it might just be like a Hulk versus Godzilla situation where they keep like cutting back and forth between like focal points. I guess that's how they would have to do that. I would be very interested in seeing what their unique abilities are, not just like the plant abilities that they have, you know, normally, but also just what makes them more unique. I have tried to find Poison Ivy matchups before, and I found it very difficult. I think that at the moment, this is probably the most inspired one that I've heard. This is the one where I see it and I'm like, okay, there is definitely something here. It definitely works on like a connective level, you know, like as far as trying to find a character that is similar to Poison Ivy in some ways at least, right? I do, however, think that I might still want to keep looking a little more before I start, like, saying this is definitely the one we should use for Poison Ivy, because there's so many characters out there. You know, I know there's a lot of light novel characters that are a little bit more unknown, but actually seem to work quite well for, like, you know, some Marvel or DC characters that don't have a great opponent that you can think of. Again, right now, I would say this is probably my favorite Poison Ivy matchup, kind of just by default. I do think it has some good stuff going for it, but I would be curious if there were maybe even other matchups that have other things going for it. Maybe that plays off a little bit more with Poison Ivy's personality, for instance, because I do think that is a big part of her character. I think maybe that plays off of that a little bit more, could be cool as well. So I would just want to look a little bit more, and maybe this is the one that I would end up landing on as well. I do think it has good stuff. Just the sort of thing where I would just want to look more on top of that, you know? But at the moment, yeah, this is definitely... It works for Poison Ivy in some pretty big ways, and I do very much appreciate that, because I do feel like it has been difficult to find something for some, like, Marvel and DC characters that don't have, like, an equivalent from the other company. So it is nice to see this. Thank you, Santiago, for the super chat. Yo, what's up? I'm giving back more ARS. Thank you, I appreciate that. In my top 3 or 5 most wanted matchups, there is Tommy versus Lloyd, the former villains, Green, Chosen Ones, and team leader from Power Rangers, and Ninjago. Well, we have not talked about that one yet, thankfully, so we will get to that at some point later down the line. And also, Ranger Forever, thank you again for the super chat. You're super chatting so much. If Poison Ivy has a transformation in the Absolute universe, Biollante fits right home. That is true. I guess it could depend on what happens there, although I don't really think Death Battle is going to composite, like, normal Poison Ivy with like, you know, like normal, you know, like main Poison Ivy with, like, Absolute Poison Ivy. But I guess that is true, like... Theoretically, by the end of, well, I don't know when Absolute Batman's going to be ending, but depending on what happens, could theoretically Absolute Poison Ivy make for an even better matchup? Maybe. I think it depends on what happens there. That's something I didn't even think about, but that's fair. We'll see what happens with that character, and maybe we find it actually works even better. But yeah, again, right now, very, very interesting idea, very cool idea. Happy it works for Poison Ivy, at least in the ways that it does, you know. What do we got? RoboCop versus Jaban. RoboCop versus Metal Heroes. 2 normal men who work as a police officer or a detective who were killed by criminals, but then a corporation took their bodies and turned them into a cyborg robot as they are now police officers, thumbnail by me. So this concept of, like, you know, the man who became like a machine, like the robot cop or whatever, the cyborg cop, has been around forever. We have the ancient examples like, you know, Caves of Steel, Brillo, Future Cop. Like, this idea has been around for so long. And yes, before you say it, I am referencing H-Bomber Guy when I go through all those. But this idea has been around for such a long time, and for good reason, because, you know, it's something where you can reinvent it in so many different ways. You can make it different from one iteration to the next. It is a very cool concept and something that does work very well for Death Battle. Obviously, we've seen RoboCop on Death Battle before, but not in a matchup that really highlighted that, because it was just Terminator versus RoboCop, and that was still a very obvious idea. It was cool that they did it, but it would be cool maybe to bring RoboCop back in a way that emphasizes more of his heroism, that emphasizes more of like his beliefs and his humanity, and trying to play off of that with another character from Metal Heroes that works in a similar way. That's something that I think would be a very good reason to bring RoboCop back. I think I've said before that, like, I wouldn't be that interested in RoboCop coming back just because I'm not the most attached to him, but for something that emphasizes more of those elements of his character, that feels like something he very much deserves, and this feels like something that could give that to him. Seems like the animation could have a good story. If it might have to be more of a misunderstanding sort of thing as usual, but it feels like generally you could make a good story with it, a good theme, obviously, as we've already said, and I do think that the comparison would be good as long as it's not too one-sided. There's always the worry of like, you know, these characters are very comparable in this way, but does that mean that a fight to the death situation is really the best situation for them, right? Maybe it would be more interesting to talk about like their ideologies, and that's kind of it, right? Like that might be the more interesting comparison to make if the debate is too one-sided. But again, you know, just seeing Death Battle compare them in that way would be great. Like just having the Death Battle analyses, regardless of the if there is a one-sided nature. Again, I don't know for sure, but even if there is a one-sided nature of it, just seeing them analyze those aspects of the characters would be really good, and seeing how they do differ or similarities or differences in their ideologies and their tactics, and reflecting that in the battle itself. You think it would be cool to see an Angry Birds versus Plants versus Zombies, like the own Angry Birds versus the Plants or King Big versus Zomboss. For RoboCop, I prefer Judge Dredd. I think for Judge Dredd, I mostly prefer Punisher, but fair enough. Yeah, something like that would be great, whether it's the Birds versus the Plants or Zomboss versus King Pig. Absolutely, I would want to see something like that. My villain bias does sometimes make me think, okay, let's do King Pig versus Zomboss, but I do think Zomboss also has some other good options, right? And if you're doing, what are you going to do with the Plants and the Birds otherwise if you're not doing that? You know, if you're not doing the Plants versus the Birds, what are you going to do with those characters otherwise? And I still think that's better than like Red versus Pea Shooter, just because there's way more to talk about, right? So yeah, definitely I would want to see something like that. But yeah, like I was saying, as far as like emphasizing the robot or cyborg cop idea, this seems like it works really well. I'm sure there's other stuff you could say that too for RoboCop, but I still wouldn't mind whichever way they decide to do it. And now here we go. We get to that other one. Power of Legacy. Tommy Oliver versus Lloyd Garmadon. Power Rangers versus Ninjago. Two legendary green heroes who overcame darkness to become great leaders. With Tommy's entire Ranger legacy and Lloyd's elemental, Oni, and dragon powers, the fight celebrates everything that made them icons while delivering an incredibly versatile and exciting battle. So I don't remember if it was the last episode or if it was the one right before, for Ballot Banter, where I said that I typically would prefer Takanuva versus Lloyd over this one, just because I find it to be a bit more interesting, you know, get a Bionicle character on there. However, I do think that with now Kai versus Tahu happening, that even if I think maybe it's possible for Lloyd versus Takanuva to be a better matchup than Kai versus Tahu, maybe, the simple fact that that one is happening is kind of already checking that box for me, right? The fact that we are going to see a stop motion animation of, you know, Lego or Ninjago and Lego Ninjago and Lego Bionicle fighting together. That kind of already clears that for me. I don't necessarily need another one. And with that in mind, knowing that I am going to be getting that through a different matchup, I can say that I've now warmed up a bit more towards this one. I do think that it has a bit of a better theme, honestly. If we're ignoring at this point, you know, again, the whole Ninjago Bionicle crossover thing, because we're already getting that, then I do think I would probably slide a bit more back towards this one. Overall, I think this one does have a lot of positives in the same way that, again, as we talked about before, Tommy Oliver versus Vegeta had. Like, again, I feel like it's one where you would really have to showcase how strong Power Rangers can get. Unless Death Battle would just lowball both of these characters, that is always possible. But I still would like it to be an instance where, like, they really show the heights of where these guys can get up to, as opposed to just showing, like, trying to pick out feats where they might be similar, you know. That's just what I would prefer. Also, again, showing Tommy fighting outside of the Zord, even if you include a Zord with him. Like, again, this is the Green Ranger, so would this still be like the Dragon Zord, maybe, I guess, as opposed to the other one where I imagine it's more the Tiger Zord. Either way, you can include the Zord, but also let's have him fight outside of it a little bit too. And there are lots of opponents for both of these guys. Again, we've already talked about Tommy. With Lloyd, again, there is Takanuva. There is, like, Luke Skywalker, whether it's like Lego Luke or regular Luke, Lego or regular. There's also, I think, just Monkey Kid. Like, I feel like that one also gets thrown around a little bit before. But this, again, it would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Like, there's a lot of opponents for both of these, but it's like, sure, let's just put them together. It makes sense. It works. You know, a lot of power to showcase. So thank you, Kai versus Tahu, for allowing me to warm up to this one a little bit more, because I do think it would be a great one to see. Just seeing both of them really, really flex, you know, and showing why they're such great characters and why they're such powerful characters from their worlds. We are nearing the end. I think, how many do we have? We have 4 left, so we are nearing the end. Yeah, definitely better to go quicker for this one. Because I can't even imagine the thought of like going through like half of these, but then going through them slower, but then being like, oh yeah, but then we'll have to do another stream like very soon where we go over the other half. Like, I couldn't even imagine that. I think this is way better. And I'm still going over like the main things I want to say about them anyway. So yeah, this is better. Magicless Mayhem, Asta versus Mash Burn Dead, Black Clover versus Mashal. 2 underdogs born without magic in worlds ruled by it. Asta's anti-magic meets Mash's absurd strength in a fight full of fast-paced action. These 2 heroes prove that hard work can rival destiny. So as I've said before, I am definitely a big advocator for Asta versus Natsu, right? I brought it up in a recent versus matchup review video. I think I brought it up in some other videos too, technically. That is one that I'm a big advocator for. I will say, though, that is mostly from the perspective of wanting Natsu to come back, and that I think that is a very appropriate matchup for him, right? So even though I might be disappointed if Asta came back to fight someone else, I still think there is value in looking at other Asta matchups. And this is one that I think does work quite well. It kind of feels like Deku versus Asta, but just has magic in it. You know what I mean? Like, with the problem with Deku versus Asta, even though I think it was a very fitting comparison in the ways that they were emphasizing, it really meant that Asta couldn't use a lot of his abilities. Like, he couldn't use a lot of his specific anti-magic abilities because there was just nothing to use it on. But it was still the whole thing where it's like they were the 2 underdogs that were born without special powers. This is kind of like the same thing, just with magic in it. And maybe some people would actually see that as a downside. They'd be like, oh, I want Asta versus Natsu because it emphasizes something other than the underdog thing, because we've already seen that, right? And I can understand that. Again, I still really want Asta versus Natsu, but I think at very least just seeing like, oh yeah, it's basically the same thing, but you have magic in there, so there's more to play off of. Definitely a step up as far as, you know, wanting to show what these characters can do. So that's definitely a great thing. And I did notice in your description you say that Mash's absurd strength. I assume that means that that's implied that Mash would be stronger than Asta or overall have more power. And I do think you kind of need that, because it doesn't look like Mash has any anti-magic, or I guess in this case it would be anti-magic. It doesn't look like he has any of that. But I feel like he kind of, if he doesn't have that, he kind of does need to be stronger. Otherwise, it feels like Asta could kind of just plow through everything that he has, right? Which wouldn't be great. I feel like it would be a good thing if the question was, is Asta's anti-magic effective enough or close enough in power to essentially keep up with Mash, right? Like, I feel like that's like the best version of a debate that you could have here. And based on your description, it seems like that's what you're going for. It seems like that's what would be the case. But again, I don't know that much about Mash's scaling. But that's something I would want to double check. I would really hope that is the way that it works, because I feel like that's the most interesting debate that you could have here, right? So if that is the case, I do think this works pretty cool. Asta versus Natsu will always be in my heart, but as far as other Asta matchups go, I don't mind it. I think, again, the whole Deku versus Asta, but with magic in it, is definitely a big plus if you want to stick with that underdog connection, you know? What do we have next? Corrupting Mind Scars. Junji versus Night Road. Slug Terra versus Fortnite. Slug Terra is a name I haven't heard in a long time. Two powerful warriors that seemingly lead the charge into taking their world's power, however are actually possessed by something far eviler until they are saved by a heroic group of which they join to fight the evil that once controlled them. The fight would have them start in their possessed states. Okay, cool. I guess even if they were like cured of it, I guess that might still be interesting. Most of the fight being long distance, with Night Rose having the deadlier weapon, but Junji having far more variety. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I haven't heard Slug Terra in forever. That wasn't even really a series that I watched that much. But it's the kind of thing where, like, I'm just now, like, part of my child brain is being reopened. Kind of like, Chaotic. Like, there was a time where I wasn't thinking about Chaotic much, and now, like, it's something I bring up a lot in, like, the server and even a couple of videos. I guess Chaotic is more my Slug Terra as far as, like, what I actually watched. And I'm sure there's a lot of other shows I would like to remember that are kind of laying dormant in my mind right now. But that's really cool to see Slug Terra there. And Fortnite, of course, I feel like that series kind of has to get on Death Battle. You know what I mean? Like, I know there are some people that are like, ew, Fortnite, I don't want Fortnite on Death Battle. And sure, it's okay if you don't want Fortnite on Death Battle, but I kind of feel like it's too popular to not get on Death Battle in some way. You know what I mean? Like, even if it's just like a Jonesy matchup, right? Even if it's literally just that, Fortnite is coming to Death Battle. I'm almost 100% sure about that in some way, right? Would be interesting if this was the way they would do it for Night Rose specifically. Probably not like as big of like a face to the non-Fortnite playing community. So like, again, I feel like something like Jonesy might attract people who don't play Fortnite or don't know much about it more than something like this would. But again, that's more from like Death Battle's perspective of like, how do we make money? That's not trying to be a criticism of the matchup or anything. I do think the connection here, like, it is a fairly common connection, I think, of like, you know, two guys that like kind of get saved from the evil and then join the group to fight the evil. Like, we see that in a number of different stories and series and all that. But I still think it still works well enough as far as, you know, the writing, like making a comparison between them. I'd be interested in seeing what the script would be like for this one for sure. And the whole idea of like Night Rose having the deadlier weapon, but Junji having far more variety. Yeah, I guess the deadlier weapon idea kind of just depends on like how they scale, because it might be a very deadly weapon in their own world, but like compared to another world, it might not be as much, just because, you know, just cross scaling and all that. That's kind of how that works sometimes. Although again, Night Rose is the Fortnite character, and we know how crazy some of that stuff can get. So I wouldn't be surprised if that really is the dynamic, where it's like Night Rose is kind of more deadly in general, but then there's more variety on Junji's Junji on that character side. So that'd be a very interesting dynamic. And the progression in the writing, again, especially if you have them start in their possessed states or whatever, the progression of the animation, I think, could very much write itself. Although I guess the idea is that when they become unpossessed, would they still be fighting each other? There would have to be some way to work that in, I think, unless you just want to have them possessed the whole time. It would probably have to be one way or the other. But yeah, very, very interesting. Again, very, very happy to hear Slug Terra again, even if I never really watched it. And to compare it with Fortnite of all things is kind of cool. 0.115. So speaking of Fortnite and speaking of Jonesy, Jonesy versus Richtofen, Fortnite versus Call of Duty. Multiverse traversing scientists from secret organizations who, with the power of their allies, alternate selves and some of the wackiest weaponry in video gaming, are tasked with saving everything in existence from a brutal, never-ending cosmic cycle of violence, while hailing from the two biggest shooter games of the modern day. Thumbnail by me. Also check out my pitch with Ben and Chad when you can. So there's another pitch one. Okay, great. This one is surprisingly cool. This is when I first heard about it, I'm like, okay, maybe. Like, I kind of get it. I'm not sure, though. Jonesy has a lot of different opponents, right? Like, even if you just want to say, like, Jonesy versus Steve, even though I don't really think Death Battle would do that one, I kind of feel like there are other Steve matchups they would do instead. But, like, there are other ones where I'm just thinking, like, there might be other Jonesy matchups where it kind of makes more sense to me. But honestly, like, I think that might have just been my me not knowing Richtofen that well, because the multiverse traversing thing, the alternate selves thing, the weaponry, like, it does feel like a very appropriate match for them, even if they don't have a lot of connections as far as, like, I don't know, like, who they are as people, I guess, or like personalities or whatever, or even just like how they operate within their worlds, or, you know, how the worlds react to them or whatever. The simple fact of, like, them just, you know, traversing the multiverse and, you know, having all that crazy weaponry, the alternate selves especially, like, all that does feel like it's very appropriate for them if that's the way they wanted to go. Not only appropriate, but it feels crazy. Because not only do I think Fortnite should get onto the show, it feels like the kind of thing that Death Battle would actually do very well with. As long as people don't get too upset about the scaling or whatnot. It feels like the sort of thing Death Battle would actually handle quite well, especially if they're using such a big figure like Jonesy. I do think that, like, Agent Jones versus Rick Sanchez also uses the whole, like, alternate selves and the scientist thing quite well. But this is another one where I think that realistically it would also work, and it would bring in Call of Duty instead of bringing Rick back, so I think there is something to note there. I would just be curious for the scaling here. I know that there's some higher scaling that some people may or may not believe, I think on both sides here. I know that though Fortnite can get really insane. I guess I'm more so thinking, like, would Call of Duty be able to match it, or at least to the degree where I would think that it would be worth doing? That's kind of more my question. So I am curious about the specific scaling here, but at very least in concept, I think it does work surprisingly well. And Jonesy is going to get on Death Battle however Death Battle wants him to, you know? Maybe it'll be through this, maybe it will be something else, but I think that, and of course Richtofen also has the medic. That's a huge one that people talk about. I could see them just going with that one instead. But it definitely pulls on some strings that really benefit the matchup and really benefit, like, how the analyses and animation would work. So yeah, I don't mind it at all. I think it's actually kind of cool. And I will try and remember to check out your pitch when I can. I hope it went well. I hope they enjoyed it. And then I think we just have one more. This is going to be our last one for the day. So this is Legendary Ashes. Dabi Todoroki versus Tai Lung. My Hero Academia versus Kung Fu Panda. Two promising fighters that were destined for a specific title, but eventually would end up getting rejected from their title due to how they acted. With this discouragement, both turned evil, trying to get back at those who wronged them, only to be stopped by the true title wielder, then got semi-redeemed in the end. Yeah, now with Kung Fu Panda 4, I guess you can say that. Thumbnail by yours truly, of course. Thank you for the thumbnail. I really like the blue flames in the background is a really nice touch. A way to kind of tie both of them together. That's really cool. Thank you, Royalty, for the $5. Oh, Call of Duty gets insane, goes from Nazi zombies to multiverse-ending eldritch gods. Okay. Fortnite and Call of Duty scale together amazingly. Perfect. That's what I love to hear. I'm sure there's still going to be different opinions on that, but at very least just to hear that there's some precedent for that kind of scaling, that is great. I'm really happy to hear that. Sounds like Jonesy versus Richtofen can go really hard then. I do think there are going to be some people that would still like, you know, Richtofen versus Medic more. I think it's going to be difficult to shake some people from that. But I'm really happy to hear that both can get, like, to that level of craziness, where even if they don't scale perfectly, it's still crazy enough to be like, I just want to see the comparison, you know? So really, really happy to hear that. Yeah, everyone wants Tai Lung on Death Battle, don't they? Tai Lung I see getting put in, like, a lot of different matchups, and I feel like Dabi is kind of following in his footsteps in a way. Like, it seems like I see a lot of opponents for him now, like, not like one every week or anything, I'm not trying to say that, but, like, I do see a lot of different opponents where it feels like a lot of people really want him on Death Battle, because I think a lot of people like the revenge story, you know what, and maybe not even that they like revenge matchups, but they like characters that go on, like, revenge quests or whatever, and then that just makes the most sense to base a matchup upon. Because if you're gonna put Tai Lung in a matchup, like, it needs to be revenge oriented, right? And I feel like with Dabi you can make that argument as well. So I think a lot of people are really just drawn to that kind of idea, which is cool. You know, it is definitely a very fun idea to use in a death battle specifically. But yeah, Tai Lung gets put with so many characters. We had a Tai Lung matchup, I think, in the last Ballot Banter, which was Yun from Avatar, and of course there's also Azula from Avatar that gets paired with Tai Lung as well. It does very much feel like these characters are in a bit of like a revenge circle, or like a revenge matchup love triangle, I guess. That's not the right term exactly, but you know what I mean. Like there's a lot of different characters built on that where you can very easily pit them against each other. Again, there's Azula, there's Yun, there's Dabi. I'm specifically thinking for Tai Lung, but I know there's more as well. I feel like for me, because I think a lot of these do work like very similar to each other, like the revenge aspect that you're using works to its advantage in pretty similar ways a lot of the time. So I feel like this is one where the debatability might tip it for me. Like just whichever one ends up being the most interesting conversation is probably the one that I would end up landing on. And that is difficult to say because Tai Lung's scaling is a little difficult because obviously he doesn't scale to like, you know, current Poe or, you know, end of series Poe, as they say, but he doesn't scale to like present Poe. He doesn't scale to current Poe exactly. Even though he was technically in Kung Fu Panda 4, there really wasn't any evidence that he could scale to that level because he was just like locked up in a cage the whole time. So I'm almost 100% sure he doesn't scale to current Poe. But it's hard to say exactly then where does he scale, right? And of course, you know, My Hero Academia does tend to have like higher highs than anyone from, you know, Avatar typically. So I think it would kind of depend on like where exactly does Tai Lung scale and like what would just make for the most interesting conversation. I do feel like part of that would be the level of debatability that it brings, but also the specific abilities. I think that could also work too. I know that especially for like Azula versus Tai Lung, there's been like conversations about like Tai Lung probably destroys close range, but Azula can win if she keeps her distance. Like that I think is a cool thing to play off of, like a cool idea to keep in mind, but I'm sure there's also cool ideas with Dabi as well. So yeah, I would probably just want to look a bit more into like the debatability of all of this, because I feel like that is the one that could tip the scales possibly. But I still think, again, it works with the revenge idea. It still uses that very, very well, and I think the main thing that like would kind of kill a Tai Lung matchup for me is if it just didn't utilize that as well. And again, I know a lot of people say Azula is like the big one for Tai Lung, but Yun from Avatar as well, in a way almost kind of feels more like the Tai Lung of Avatar. Like the story beats are a bit more aligned. In a similar way that this is a bit more aligned, like two promising fighters destined for the title, you know, and then they had to fight, you know, the true wielder or whatever. Like that actually does seem to fit more with Tai Lung's character. So this does seem to me like another contender for a Tai Lung matchup. We'll see if he ever gets on. If Kung Fu Panda's coming back, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Splinter versus Shifu, at least next. But if Tai Lung does ever get on, I know a lot of people will rejoice, and it would be cool to see who he fights. I think this could definitely work well. And yeah, I think we're good to just chill now. Thank you guys so much for submitting all of your ballot banters. I loved reading all of them and loved giving my thoughts on them. Again, generally quicker than normal, although it did take us like nearly 3 hours to get through everything, which, you know, is still longer than I would have wanted, because normally I would take about like 2 hours, and I felt like that was a good kind of like natural point to kind of just take it easy afterwards. So this is still went on a little longer than I think I would have wanted, but I think the general idea of treating it more like a showcase and just going over my general thoughts, asking some general questions about it, I do think that is the way that ballot banters are going to work better from here on out, because I don't see us getting fewer submissions as we go. And as I said, you know, if you want to submit for ballot banter, if you want me to look at your matchup every other month on stream, you can click the join button down below. There is always room for more, and there's always more perks as well. But of course, that is up to you, all that you want. Has the music stopped? No, it hasn't. Okay, the music just turned over for a little bit. I was worried for a little bit that it was finished. But yes, you can join if you want, or if you were just here to listen to all the ballots and all that. I do very much appreciate that. Either way, I'm just happy to have you here, you know. Hot damn, another great ballot banter. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Mr. Goodies. That's amazing of you to say. I was a little worried there were going to be people like, you know, oh, you didn't talk about this as much as you talked about this in the last one. But like I said, like, I feel like what just happened here is more what I was thinking when I conceptualized ballot banter. Sometimes I think I just rambled too much in the other ones and it took up too much time. I think this actually does work a lot better. Even if it is closer a little bit to like how Death Battle usually does their ballot banters, I think that's the way that it just works better, you know? Keeps things moving at a good pace. I think it's good. But, yeah, so now we can kind of just talk. I do want to check something actually first before I do something. I want to check how many members do we have now? Oh, yeah, we do have a few more members now. Oh, wow, yeah, we do have a decent amount of members. I'm just saying this because did I just... Did my computer just glitch out on me? Did it just switch the did it just switch what scene we were on just because it wanted to? I swear I didn't click anything. That's weird. Okay, anyway, I want to gift some memberships. That's what I was gonna say. I want to do that because I want to just give back to you guys a little bit. So, yep, it looks like I can do that. And did it work? If it might have happened even before, because of the delay, it might have even happened before it even shows up on screen. But there you go. Now we got even more members. That's I can't guarantee I'll be able to gift memberships every month or every stream or every ballot banter or anything. But there's 5 of them. Just because why not, right? Like, I really haven't gifted any memberships since starting it. I feel like let's fix that, right? Thank you, Fez, for the $2. Have you seen Vault Gaming's take on Jimmy versus Dexter? I have not seen that specifically. I'm curious if there's like maybe a different interpretation they have on it from like the general consensus, or if that's just like, you know, a YouTube or a person that you like. I don't know, what is that, like a series or is that like a blog? Whatever it is, like maybe that's just a thing you like reading or watching or whatever. But no, I haven't seen that specifically. But I could take a look at that. I still like, I need to refine exactly all of my opinions on like the debate for Jimmy versus Dexter, which of course I would not say outright until we get to the prediction, because I don't want to spoil anything if it does happen. But that's definitely something I would need to refine. So at very least, like, I'll probably check it out and see what they have to say. You see the membership. Okay, yeah, it looks like we got, yep, we got the memberships. Good. Okay, good. So that's 5 of them. Because, yeah, I think there is a way to... Oh, shoot. I think there is a way to just do it from here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll leave it at 5 for now. I think 5 is a good amount. And, of course, you know, if you want to become a member on... oh, yeah, I should specify that these memberships are not renewing. Like, you get it for a month and then it's done. If you want to... If you want to, like, you know, renew your membership for later, that's great. But that's only if you want to do that. If you want to just, you know, enjoy your 1 month free, that's great. But if you do want the membership to continue, the rest of that, unfortunately, will have to come out of your own pocket. But that's if you want, right? And everyone I just gifted to, I think it's still the tier 2 membership, which means, again, you'll have your name written in the... You'll have your name written in the channel member screen when we show that in videos. It'll be in like the descriptions of videos and a lot of other perks. And if you join the Discord, you can submit for ballot banter. So if you liked what I did here and you want to see my take on a matchup that you have, or just, again, just showing off the matchup more so, just doing it in a showcase, then you can definitely submit for the next one. So that's all up to you. How do you feel about OC matchups being on this? It depends on what you mean by OC, I guess. Like, it's the sort of thing where, if it's like your own original character, then all I would be getting from it is like the 50-word limit of like how you describe the matchup, right? So I'm not 100% sure what I would do with that yet. I don't, because I'll have to get back to you on that. Right, to be on the safe side, I'm gonna say I would prefer probably not. But maybe if there's like a big enough demand for it. Although then again, it's like, is the whole thing just going to be flooded with OCs? Maybe if it's an OC thing, maybe you would just like, you could DM it to me, or if you were a member, you could DM it to me or something, and maybe I could look at it, as opposed to it taking up your spot on Ballot Banter or something. I'll have to think about that a little bit more. That's a good idea. Thank you, Santiago, for the super chat. If they're going to make Homer Simpson versus Peter Griffin one day, I think they should make them both composite, uncanonical special episodes, comics, and video games, mostly because base Peter is too powerful. I mean, they're definitely going to be including some of the extra stuff. Whether they include literally all of it is difficult to say. But they're definitely, like, I think, like, the comics and video games and all that, they would be including that no matter what, I'm almost sure. Uncanonical special episodes, maybe. They're definitely going to be including, even though I was going to say, even though the gags, like the cutaway gags in Family Guy are non-canon, they would include them. Although I think technically they are canon. Either way, I feel like Death Battle would still use them. So they're definitely going to be using a lot of material for those characters either way. Absolutely. What is a Funko Pop you really like, but you don't have it right now? I have been looking for the young Joseph Joestar Funko Pop, and I haven't been able to find it. I've been able to find nearly all the other JoJo's Pops, including Dio, which I haven't picked up yet, but I do kind of want to pick that one up too. Like Dio from part 3. I think it's part 3. But also, yeah, I've seen old Joseph, like part 3 Joseph, but I want part 2 Joseph, and that's like the only one I haven't really been able to find yet. Also, the Invincible ones that I don't have, like I still want Adam Eve. There's a Conquest one that's either coming out or is out, like I want that one too. So some Invincible ones I definitely want. Also, some Lilo and Stitch ones are coming. Like, I want Ruben. I stupidly saw Ruben like years ago at a comic convention or something. I saw Ruben and I decided not to pick him up. And I haven't been able to see him since. And God, I wish I could see him again. So there's quite a few that I have in my mind that I'm still looking for. Hey, what's going on, Raptor? My name is Guys. And today we're watching Stitch versus Sackboy. Oh, could you imagine? Sackboy versus Maxwell better happen at some point soon. I'm kidding, but I really want it to happen sometime soon. But yeah, hope you guys enjoy the memberships. To all you guys who got it. And like I said, like don't go into streams expecting I'll always be able to do it. But I you know, I hope you guys enjoy it enough. Thoughts on the newly announced live-action Lilo and Stitch 2? I, believe it or not, still have not seen Lilo and Stitch 1. I have not seen the live-action Lilo and Stitch movie. None of my family really wants to watch it, and it's the sort of thing where like I would just have to kind of find the time on my own to do it. And because of like what I know happens in it, and I know the reviews and all that, like there is a part of me that doesn't really want to watch it. However, I have been told, and I don't know if this is still true or if it will end up being true, but I have been told that the second Lilo and Stitch movie is not going to be based off of an already existing movie. It's going to be more so its own thing. And I think, say what you will about the live action remakes, I think that is way better when they tell their own original story, because at least then there's a reason for watching it, right? There's a reason for it. So in a sense, I'd be more excited for the sequel than the first one, just because it would be a new story. Does it mean it's going to be good? No. But at least it would still be worth watching, you know? But then I also feel like if I want to watch the second one, I should watch the first one. So really what I want is more animated Lilo and Stitch stuff, but I don't think it's going to happen. So if it has to be live action, I am happy they're quickly moving away from direct adaptations, if that's true though. Because I think like, well, Angel was teased for it, right? Which wouldn't be like Stitch has a glitch. At most it would be like Stitch the movie, or maybe I guess some episodes of the cartoon. I guess they could take inspiration from that. But I really, really hope that like it does, like it has its own plot, you know? Very much hope for that. Speaking about Invincible, this track, okay, I assume either right now or earlier we had one of the Omni-Man tracks going on. That's fun. I still can't hear the music. I feel like it would distract me, but happy you guys are jamming out. You're not missing anything. Yeah, no, I'm sure I'm not. I guess it would depend maybe on like what people say about the second one, and then like if it seems like it is worth seeing, then I would watch the first one just to see the second. We'll see, right? I'm not thinking about it that much right now. Oh wait, you gifted the membership. LOL, thank you. Yeah, no, I gifted 5 of them. Yeah. Feels like, you know, just something, not something I'm gonna be doing all the time, but like when I feel like it, you know, when I maybe have some extra money or whatever, then maybe I'll do it. And again, it does not renew, but it is available for you to renew if you want. Or just enjoy the month. You can still submit for the next Ballot Banter, even though the next Ballot Banter is going to be in 2 months. When the Ballot Banter chat opens again, you can just submit it at any time. So it will be a while from now before we get to it, but anyone who's just gifted memberships can submit for the next one. That still holds true. But that's only if you want to. Like, you can use the other perks if you want, or you can just say you're a member and be happy with it. But you should look at the perks if you want to know what you have. I believe the sequel will bring in Leroy. Oh, thank you, Captainseba, for the gift. Thank you for... I can actually now pay more attention to when the gifts come in. So that's great. But yeah, no, I believe the sequel will bring in Leroy. Possibly. I could see Leroy maybe being like a 3rd movie thing. Because they have to build on the world enough, right? Like, I assume there wasn't a lot of like other experiment stuff being talked about in the first movie. I have to assume that. You could, kind of like the Sonic movies, you can kind of get like a progression where it's like the second movie kind of expands the world and like showing the other experiments like Angel, Sparky, Ruben. You know, you could do that, and then maybe for the 3rd one you have either like 627 or Leroy. I know Leroy is way more popular than 627, but honestly 627 is the bigger threat. Well, I guess Leroy is smart. You could say Leroy is the bigger threat because he's smarter and he created all the clones and all that, you know, with the Hamsterville's help. But physically speaking, at least, 627 is actually the bigger threat. But I don't really think they would bring him into live action, honestly. I think they would stick with Leroy. Are you going to add OC rules to the next ballot? Maybe. I might ask people in the chat if I should. We'll see. We'll see about that. I'm a member now. Yes, you are. Speaking of tracks, have you heard of DNA Packs unless you don't really listen to commission tracks? I don't listen to all the commission tracks, but I do listen to the ones that pique my interest. Although, funnily enough, I saw DNA Packs in my feed and I just forgot to click it. I got sidetracked. That is definitely one that I want to listen to because there's like all the like all the vocalists on it, right? Like so many of them, and it's not a short track either. I think it was confirmed they spent like thousands of dollars on it or something. That's fucking nuts. Like, cool for them, but it kind of reinforces the idea to me that I don't really have to commission something because someone else will eventually commission it and might spend that much money on it. Because yeah, Shadow versus Mewtwo as like a new track for Brandon, right? It's Brandon Yates with a bunch of other people. Yeah, that's great. That's something I obviously love to see. Apparently, Incredibles 3, Bob feels washed like his best days are behind him. This is a reference to the first 2 Incredibles movies where he had the exact same arc. I mean, Incredibles 2 was a little different for him, but I would argue maybe not different enough. And in a bit of a weird way, honestly, where he was just kind of like jealous of his wife the whole time. I have hope that Incredibles 3 will be better than Incredibles 2. I didn't hate Incredibles 2, but it's hard to compare it to the first one, right? Like literally the masterpiece. Still the best Fantastic Four movie that we've had. So I really hope that the 3rd one will be better. Is there supposed to be a time skip? 'Cause that's kind of what I would have expected, but maybe there won't be. I think I did see it's gonna like focus on the kids, but like I don't know whether or not that means like it's gonna be a time skip or not. Like it could be either one. The 2 in 627 is doing a ton of heavy lifting. Come on, man. I don't need to think about that fucking meme when I say everything. I'm happy to think about 627 without thinking about the meme, and now I'm not going to be able to. So thank you for that. I've been bumping Ashes on Snow. That's cool. Hear me out on Raptorverse matchups. God. The thing is, like, is that really going to appeal to, like, the general YouTube video or stream watching audience? That's something that's great when it's, like, contained to the Discord itself and to the members themselves. But, like, actually, like, talking about it, like, I can already see, like, the amount of viewership being lost just by seeing that come up. And that's another reason where I'm like, I'm not 100% sure about OCs. But again, sort of thing, like, it's a good question to ask and something that is good to think about. You passed out mid-stream. Oh no, I'm sorry. I put you to sleep. That makes sense. Sorry about that. Once this, like, I'm pretty sure I went over your submission though. Or more so, I'm pretty sure you did submit. I know I went over all of them. Yeah, you can rewatch that back when we're done. The streams I find actually like finish what's the word? Like, they finish processing like right after the stream is done nowadays, which is not normal. Usually it took like many hours for it to process, but now it seems like it finishes processing like right after, which is crazy. Raptor versus Biffweed. Yeah, you guys are gonna be in for a bit of a surprise on the community tab in about a week. It may or may not be related to what you just said. Thoughts on X-Men cast? Seems cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to... almost said something that would have already implied a spoiler. But I'm sure a lot of you guys already know. But either I'm not gonna say anything specifically on what... If you know, you know. You guys know what I'm already thinking about right now. But some of these actors I haven't really seen in anything before. Like Kit Connor, I haven't really seen him in anything, I don't think. Samara Weaving, I've maybe seen a little bit. Seems like she could be a good Emma Frost. I also did see Obsession, and I don't know how to pronounce her first name. Is it just Indy? But like, she obviously was great in Obsession. Nothing like what I would expect from like the Rogue character. I haven't really seen her in anything else, but just that quality of acting, bringing that to Rogue, I'm really excited for that. Yes, definitely an interesting choice for Professor X. I'm gonna have to see how that goes, but overall, no, I don't mind it. I don't mind what we've seen so far for X-Men. So I wasn't the only one who fell asleep mid-stream. At least if you're gonna fall asleep during my streams, at least make sure you're still watching, like you still have it open. That way I still overall get more of the AdSense and shit. OCs work if they A, have an actual story and demonstrated feats, i.e. stuff to analyze, and B, they're not yours, so you're not biased. I agree with the first point 100%, where it's like, if you're creating an OC just to put them into a versus debate, then you're probably already doing it wrong. You're probably already just thinking, how do I make this character as strong as possible? How do I have them beat everybody? And that completely defeats the point of versus debating, where you're just looking at already existing things and then like you're analyzing that and seeing what happens with that. So if there's an OC where, you know, they have pre-existing stuff before, whether they're an OC or not, and then you put them in a versus debate, that works way better. Because I know there's the notion of like all characters are OCs, and like, yes, that's technically true, they all started that way, but like when we say OCs, we mean like stuff that, you know, is not really in anything official, right? There's not really a reason why they can't work on Death Battle not work in versus debating more so, as long as they still operate like normal characters do, you know? As long as they're still written like normal characters. Your other point about like, you know, they're not yours, so you're not biased, I guess that's fair. You might want to have like other people debating with your stuff so that you don't really have like with your OC, so you're not going to have anything biased in there. But I think mostly it really is like, you want to make sure you want to make sure that they're just written like a normal character. You know, they're written like any other character and not just used to fuel your versus debate needs or wants. Beast actor dropped out. I did hear about that. Was he actually confirmed, though, for Beast? I thought that was still just rumored. Although if you're saying dropped out, then at very least he was probably considered. Because how can dropped out really be if dropped out is confirmed, then it must have meant that he was somewhere in the process. I'm a YouTube premium member, so no ads money for you, buddy. That's fine. You've super chatted a few times. That's fine. You've paid me back on that. I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm not doing this for the money, but you know, whatever. Always appreciate your super chats. Always appreciate your support. For all the members, always appreciate it. But even just being here and you know, engaging with all of this, because I wouldn't have anything without that first and foremost. So that's worth more than anything else. But of course, you know, supporting me in that, you know, that monetary way is amazing of you guys. I know I say thank you for that like so many times every stream, but I never want to come across like I don't realize what you're doing, right? Because it's not just as simple as like, you know, oh yeah, like I have just pushed an emoji and sent it off. Like, no, like that's real money, you know? That obviously needs, you know, the most attention in chat, obviously needs the most amount of thanks from me, because that is not nothing. That is a big thing you're doing, and I very, very much appreciate it. About Cartman versus Porky, I think it could be funny if Porky had pixel sprites and Cartman made fun of him for looking weird. Yes, for sure. That's the kind of thing Cartman would do, even though, again, outside of the universe, it makes no fucking sense. But it's totally the thing that would work for that matchup, yes. Porky, I think, just works so much better for Cartman, just because it focuses so much on who he is, way more than like Stewie or Bart or whatever. Like, I think it just works so much better there. So at the moment, currently, my front runner for him, yeah. Ranger Forever, thank you so much for your super chat. That's my sense with VTubers in the show. Okay, yeah. There's definitely different lines you can draw, or different sorts of characters that you can, you know, different sorts of characters that you can say that for sure. Because even though there might be people where it's like, oh, like, well, there shouldn't be an issue with like OCs or VTubers. It's like, they are different. You know, like we still, like, even if you think they're good to work, and even if they are good to work, we do need to make sure we know what we're doing with them, right? We need to make sure we know, you know, if there is anything to keep in mind for them. I don't think it's unfair to be like, it's okay for that kind of stuff to raise some eyebrows and make sure we just know how we're handling it, right? I feel like that's still fair to say. How do I submit a matchup? So you join the Discord server and it will be in the channel titled Live Ballot Banter. You do need to connect your YouTube account to your Discord account in order to gain access, but that's a very simple process. But yes, so once you have that, you will have, well, Ballot Banter chat is also closed right now because I didn't want anyone submitting while I was doing it. But once it reopens, you can submit in the Discord server, specifically in that chat. There are some rules for how you submit, but again, I'll make sure to like repost those or something. So no worries there. But yes, the first step is joining the Discord and connecting your YouTube account to your Discord account. And then we'll go from there. The Ballot Banter chat will either be reopened like later tonight or tomorrow. It'll be one or the other. And we also are going to have probably a members only stream like next weekend, I would hope, like on Saturday. So again, any level of member can join. So if you even just want to join like for the Micro Raptor tier, which is I think just like 99 cents a month, if you even just want to join for that, just to join in for the members only stream that will hopefully be happening next week, you can definitely do that too. What is your preferred Meta Knight matchup in your opinion? Honestly, at this point, I don't know. There was a time where I think I would have more solidly said Riku, but I feel like Death Battle could just bite the bullet and do Zero, like from Mega Man. I feel like that is still it's not the greatest in terms of specific connections, but like, you know, it's fine. If they want to do that, that's totally fine with me. I might say Riku if I really had to pick someone. I know that Meta Knight versus Virgil, though, is also getting around a little bit more. That could be cool, I guess. But I really don't know. I feel like I feel like whatever Death Battle chooses, I'll probably enjoy it. Meta Knight is among my most wanted characters for Death Battle in general. But it's the sort of thing kind of like Joseph, Joestar, or Waluigi, where like it's not as simple as I have this one that I definitely really want for them, you know? But I do want Meta Knight on Death Battle in general. What are your opinions on Riordan verse matchups that aren't Percy, such as Magnus versus Josuke or Nico versus Nightcrawler? Some of them could definitely be cool. Percy is the one where it's like, I want him on Death Battle because I want him on Death Battle. Magnus Chase is cool, though. I actually did read at least like the first 2 of those books. That was cool to get to the Norse side of things. So Magnus on Death Battle would be great, but Percy's the one where it's like, he's the one that like feels like he needs to get on Death Battle. The other ones don't really feel like they need to, you know? That being said, Nico D'Angelo might be my preferred for Nightcrawler now. It's a kind of up in the air, but he's a front runner for him for sure. Nico versus Nightcrawler sounds cool. And again, like Percy Jackson, love Percy Jackson. You guys know I love Nightcrawler. Would be a great way to have like two IPs that are very near and dear to me coming together. That would be great. So it depends on the matchup, of course, but yeah, I do still like some of them. Speaking of Stewie, I think it could be fun to see him against Rick Sanchez. You can do Stewie in a few ways, right? You could do Stewie and Brian versus someone, or you could just do Stewie himself. Stewie was in our fan-made Champions Island stream that we did like a few months ago. He didn't win, unfortunately. But yeah, I would be interested to see what people would have voted for if he did win, like voted for what matchup would ultimately win from that. I'm not going to spoil who did win that in case you want to go back and see that, but that was a fun time, our Champions Island fan-made stream. Thoughts on the likelihood of Vecna versus Doom in December in time for Avengers Doomsday? Here's the thing. I think that makes a lot of sense, but it almost makes too much sense. What I mean by that is, Death Battle, I don't know if Death Battle tries to do what's most unpredictable these days, but they definitely don't seem to prioritize predictability anymore, even if it would make sense for them to. You know what I mean? So this seems like it would make sense because, again, Vecna's name being more in the public consciousness. I know it's not the same Vecna, but, you know, Vecna's name, you know, with Stranger Things, I feel like they would want to get on that sooner rather than later because that's not going to last forever, right? Stranger Things ended at this point like quite a few months ago, right? Or even longer. I don't even know. I don't remember time. But especially for Doom, it's like, it's not like Avengers Doomsday is going to give Doom any new material they need to wait for to analyze him, right? So it feels like this would be perfect. It would be the proper commemoration, and it would help with, you know, Vecna's name being in the public consciousness. But it almost feels like it's too predictable that there have been times where something feels like it's very appropriate to happen and then it just doesn't, right? Because Death Battle just didn't end up doing it. Granted, I do think maybe if they want to wait to do it like in between Doomsday and Secret Wars, that's also a fair thing they could do. Is Doom gonna be in Secret Wars? Maybe. Either way, I could see them also having that idea where they just wait to kind of like with Thanos falling in between Infinity War and Endgame. I could see them doing that. But I do think it does make sense for the December release this year. But that also kind of makes me think, well, is it too predictable? Where is Nico from? The Nico that I was talking... I don't know if you're referring to a different Nico. The one that I was talking about was Percy Jackson. Nico D'Angelo. I'm just trying to make sure what else... Oh, speaking of Nightcrawler, thoughts on X-Men 97 Season 2. Please do not spoil anything for that because I am not caught up. I think I'm only either 4 or 5 episodes in. The one that I just watched was the Wolverine episode. Like him with his buddies like Lady Deathstrike and Sabretooth. That's the most recent one that I've seen. I'm pretty sure there are more. Please do not spoil anything. But so far I am enjoying it. Basically, same level of enjoyment so far as X-Men Season 1. My main critique with X-Men 97 Season 1 is that it felt like some episodes felt a little too rushed. Like, especially the Goblin Queen episode. It felt like that in the old series would have been one where they devoted 2 episodes to it, right? But there weren't that many like multi-part episodes in X-Men 97 Season 1, so it had only 1 episode and it felt very rushed in comparison to what I think it should have been. This already feels like they're fixing that a little bit, because there was 1 episode, I think episodes 3 and 4 were a 2-parter, and it's like, oh my god, thank god it was a 2-parter, because imagine if they tried to crumple that all into 1 episode. So that already feels like they're learning from their mistakes a little bit, so I'm very happy to see that. Overall, I am enjoying the 2nd season. Low-key, I like Rick versus Mr. Fantastic. There is the whole Council of Ricks, which was taken from Council of Reeds. There is definitely that idea. I know that some people, there's also like Dr. Doofenshmirtz versus Rick. I'm not the biggest fan of that one. Mr. Fantastic for me, like, I usually lean more towards Mr. Terrific, like I think a lot of people do right now. He really is more of like the Marvel, or Mr. Terrific really is more of like the DC counterpart to Mr. Fantastic than Plastic Man is. Like, they have the same powers, but like in terms of like their character otherwise, like it really is Mr. Terrific. But Rick versus Mr. Fantastic could be interesting. Will there be another Champions Island here on the channel? Not for a while, but perhaps at some point. I'm even thinking maybe a Champions Island with series. Like never before used series for Death Battle, and then people vote on those, and then from there we pick a character or a matchup depending on what wins. If that appeals to enough of you guys, we could do that, or we could just do like the same thing we did before and just have characters. Something that I would be interested in maybe doing earlier than that is another Tournament of Champions, because that was even further back. I could see myself doing another one of those sometime soon. Is that something you guys would be interested in? Another Tournament of Champions stream? If so, let me know, because it is something I could definitely do. Oh yeah, there is the Stranger Things animated series coming, but I don't know how much that's going to deal with Vecna. I think there are definitely like some spin-offs that are being talked about. Are there any matchups that have snuck up on you, like ones you grew to like a lot? Asta versus Natsu is definitely one where it kind of just like hit me like a truck, where it's like, oh my god, like, yeah, that's so cool. Darth Maul versus Judge Gabranth, another one where it's like I heard it and I was like, oh yeah, that's like a new Final Fantasy character. Feels like it works really well for Darth Maul. Definitely that one. Kermie versus Homura kind of like crept up on me as it kept going. Constantine versus Raido. And this one was a little earlier, but even still, I would say Monokuma versus Koro Sensei also kind of applies there. So yeah, no, there are definitely ones that I kind of like, that kind of snuck up on me a little bit, or I just like, as soon as I saw it, I'm like, oh, that's so cool, you know? Thank you so much, Ranger Forever, for the super chat. Speaking of Marvel, thoughts about the Hood in Marvel Rivals? Aside from White Fox, this is my first exposure to him. I have heard about the Hood before. I don't know that much about him. It's a him, right? I don't know that much about him, but like I do remember seeing from like guidebooks and stuff, like stuff that the Hood can do. I know it's like more of like a demonic sort of character. I don't know that much about him, but I have heard of him before. Most characters that get introduced to Marvel Rivals, I have at least heard of before. I think White Fox was an example of one where either I didn't know them, like maybe I heard of them like a few times, but really not that much in general. For Hood though, I definitely knew that character before. Is it like literally ties to Mephisto, or like ties to some demonic being I know? It's not like, if you're thinking like, oh, Hood, like Red Hood, like nothing like Red Hood. No, it's like much more of a demonic character. So thank you for your super chat, but I don't know that much about Hood. I just know that that is a Marvel character I knew beforehand. Do you know of Dakin, Wolverine's child? Yes, I do. I am very well aware of Dakin, yes. And like a lot of stuff with like the Dark Avengers, you know, like Sentry being a part of the Dark Avengers, and Norman Osborn, Iron Patriot, yeah. So Dakin kind of comes with the territory with that. Preferred matchup for Loki? I did Loki versus the Master, or Loki for Mr. Miracle. Okay, that's cool. Loki versus the Master is kind of growing on me a little bit. I still think Loki versus Kefka could be cool, but if they did Loki versus the Master, I'm like, okay, sure, let's go. That would be fun. Has anyone bought the most expensive membership? One time. For 1 month, there was one person who did. To be clear, the most expensive membership is Tier 4, which doesn't give any extra perks from Tier 3. It's just if you want to support me a little bit more, right? Not that I think anyone's actually going to do that very consistently, but it's just more like, I'd rather have the option be there than not, just in case people want to do it. Not the thing I expect. I don't expect you to give me free money if you don't want to, but it is there if you feel so generous, right? So to answer your question, yes, but not often. Like, it's happened once. A series-based Champions Island and another Tournament of Champions would be cool. Okay, great. Great to know. The other I think the Tournament of Champions, I would just stick with matchups, though. I don't really know how that would work with series. Probably just be the same as last time, but with different matchups. But that's if I was to do either of those again, I would definitely be doing that one first, because we did that one less recently. For me, that sleeper matchup was probably Flowey versus Princess. Actually, I would throw that in my list as well. I would, yeah. That's one that's really fun. That definitely snuck up on me a little bit. What's next month's stream? Next month's stream, I'm thinking, is going to be more of a casual thing. I kind of want to do like something where we have like super chat stretch goals, or like super chat goals where like if this amount is donated, then like either I'll do this, or you know, I'll do this, I'll do whatever, like, whether it's like something I actually do on stream, or like maybe promising a video I do later. I want to do something like that. I think mostly it would just be the kind of thing where like we hang out, we do whatever we want. We can do like a Q&A type thing, or, you know, if you have suggestions for what we can do, like, you know, like play an online game or something, we can do that. But I think in addition to that, like we could have like stuff like that, like goals for super chats and gifted memberships and stuff, where it kind of promises things either I do on stream or things I do later. But it would definitely be a more casual thing for sure. At least that's my current idea right now. If that sounds really uninteresting to you guys, then that's okay. Like maybe I'll come up with something else, but at least for now, that's kind of what I'm thinking. To sum up my thing, I was trying to say wobbly life versus human fall flat. I assume that's referencing some kind of like matchup, maybe like an OC thing. Okay. Depending on the writer, it's either Dormammu or Mephisto. Or Oblivion and Rival. Okay, so that's like its own Rivals thing. Yeah, no, I knew it was some kind of like demonic or dark dimension sort of thing. Like I said, I don't know the most about Hood, but I knew it had something to do with that. What Death Battle season do you think is underrated? Honestly, Season 7. I think Season 7 is more inconsistent than a lot of the other seasons, but I think a lot of people just remember the bad stuff. I think a lot of people like to harp on it because it just wasn't as consistent as the others. And while I do think it does fall below some other seasons as far as overall quality, I think a lot of people just remember the bad. And this also goes for like episodes in general. I think a lot of people, it's like, it doesn't really matter how much good stuff an episode or a season has. If there's one thing that pissed them off about it, that's all they can think about. So I think even though Season 7 is not one of my favorite seasons, I would say technically it's one that I think is underrated. Do you think Iron Patriot should have their own episode, or do you prefer normally be in the show, such as the Green Goblin? I would prefer it to be Green Goblin. Green Goblin, he's one of my favorite Marvel villains of all time. I love him. I would prefer it to be the Green Goblin persona, for sure. If it was, like, I think, especially because I think that Death Battle could talk about the Iron Patriot stuff anyway, right? Like, in the animation, really what I want to see in the animation is Green Goblin. I don't really care about Iron Patriot in an animation. Because I could say, oh, I want to see still that get talked about in the analyses. Well, a Green Goblin analysis can still talk about that, right? So definitely Green Goblin is what I would prefer. Unless, like, we find there's a matchup that works superbly specifically for Iron Patriot. But even then, like, I still think I would be okay with Joker versus Green Goblin happening at this point. It would be a ton of fun. I think a gaming thing would be cool. Yeah, it also just depends on what game thing I do, I guess. Because like my computer is not the best right now. I could invest in another one, but I don't really want to do that right now unless I know for sure I would get a lot out of it. There is definitely some other gaming stuff I would like to do, but I just don't really feel like I have the capacity for it right now. But stuff like browser games, maybe that could work. I feel like that could possibly work better. So something where like we just kind of have fun doing whatever, maybe like going from like some games to games or whatever, but also like maybe putting a bit more focus on the Q&A stuff. Maybe I would want it to be more chill if we were doing something like that. It might be the kind of thing where not like we don't get as much viewership as maybe we would get today. But that's fine. Like I think the streams should be different from each other, right? As opposed to the obviously the Ballot Banter streams. A Raptor thumbnail making stream. I mean, I guess a stream, well, again, it depends on like if the program eats up too much of my CPU. I guess I could stream myself making a thumbnail, but I don't really think that's what you're saying. What season has the best music for you? Ooh. Ooh, that's tough. I mean, I feel like this also goes hand in hand with what I think like the best seasons are, but like seasons 10 and then the one like, you know, 2024, 2025, like that music is great. The music from those seasons are great. And overall, I would say that like overall, I would still say that those are probably better than what I have heard from the tracks this year. Overall though, like this year still has some good tracks, but I think it's got to be one of those two, either season 10 or the 2024-2025 era. There are still tons of tracks from those seasons that I listen to a lot. Overall, they just get better at making the tracks, so it's not really that much of a surprise. How do you think Joker vs. Green Goblin will appear in the next Ballot Banter? I didn't want to say this, like I wasn't going to like go out of my way to say this, but I think the person who actually submits all the Joker vs. Green Goblin stuff is no longer a member. So it might not happen at all. But if it did, then I don't know. Maybe like the 90s Joker versus 90s Green Goblin, that would kind of be my first. Or was it 90s? The Batman the Animated Series? Either way, you know what I'm talking about. Like those versions I feel like maybe would be my next thought. Or maybe a movie version, maybe more like Willem Dafoe versus, I don't know, Heath Ledger. That might actually be more likely. Smash Bros with friends. Yeah, I mean, like, that's something if everyone was available for it, yeah, that'd be fun. We did do the Blazing 8 stream one time. Completely failed as far as views went, but that was still fun. I like doing that. Or Mario Kart. Yep, true. You could play Undertale. That game will run on anything. Okay. Well, it's not really whether or not the game will run. It's more so will OBS like it. That's more the problem. When I say that my computer is not the best, it's not necessarily that like, oh, will the game even work? It's more like, will OBS be comfortable? That's more so what I'm thinking when I say that. So I would have to test that out. Raptor plays FNAF 1. Soul Outsider, Mog's your favorite song note. Soul Outsider, I think, is my favorite track out of this season, but I don't know exactly how I would compare so far. But I don't know exactly how I would compare it to the other tracks yet. And again, because this year isn't over, it's hard for me to compare even it as overall for like this compared to the other seasons. But yeah, overall season 10 and 2024-2025 have my heart as far as the tracks, with of course some other great stuff from like season 8 and 9 and all of them really. Norman Osborn versus David Xanatos from Gargoyles works with Iron Patriot. Yeah, I still want Green Goblin just because I like Green Goblin more, but I'm sure Iron Patriot has workable stuff. Raptor, are you going to watch Coyote vs. Acme in theaters? You bet your sweet Bippy I am. You all better watch that movie in theaters. I swear to God, if you don't, I will find... No. But please watch it in theaters. Please support this movie that you know, Warner, for some fucking reason, did not want to release. And, like, it finally got released after having to jump through so many hoops. And Catch Up Entertainment finally saw it. You know, they before they released the Day the Earth Blew Up, that was the first, I think, Catch Up Entertainment released Looney Tunes thing. But yes, please go support this one in theaters. It would help them out a ton. I know the projections aren't looking very promising right now. I will absolutely be there. I really hope you will be there too. And it seems to be getting really good reviews right now. And thank you, Alex Chen, so much for the $20. I find that season 1 is the hardest season of Death Battle to go back to and watch overall, though there are some good episodes. If anything, I think that's a testament to how much the show continues to improve over time. Perfectly said. That's exactly how I would say it. Because at the time when those seasons were coming out, it's not like at the time people were like, oh, this is shit. This is awful. Like, how is anyone watching this garbage, you know? It's not like people were saying that. It's just, we have so much better stuff to compare it to now. And that's amazing. We want Death Battle to get better, right? That's exactly what we want. So I think it's a great thing if the earliest season is the one that's hardest to go back to. And overall, I think I would agree. Like, season 3, I think, is overall my least favorite season because I feel like that combined with, like, when it came out, like, I feel like it should have been better than it was. But season 1, like, if you're looking at, like, the exact quality of the episodes, it's like, yeah, I can understand that. That being, like, the hardest to go back to, if you want to use that terminology specifically. But you know, no, it is still a good thing that is the way it works. It'd be way worse if, like, if the 2025 year was the worst to go back to. Like, imagine. And also, Gray Lily, thank you so much for the $20. You guys are insane. Thank you. Hi, I'm the one who submitted Master versus Boxo. Master has mind power to move himself, and Boxo, the girl moves him. Okay, I guess that's kind of what I expected. Again, my brother watched the vending machine one beforehand, and I didn't think to ask him about, like, how that worked. I guess that's more or less what I would have expected. The vending machine moving on its own would have seemed very weird to me. And the psychic power for the weapon, that does make sense. Same thing with Magnus Chase, actually. Like, the sword is, like, living and it moves on its own. So very similar to that. Okay, that's cool. So, still might be a little difficult with the choreography just to make sure all of that works, again, with someone having to, like, physically move the vending machine, but still a very funny concept. The whole reincarnation being the connection there. Soul Outsider is number 1, while a distant second is Infernal Combustion. Everything else has been average to meh. Yeah, I'll probably go over this a bit more when we get to the end of the year, and I'll probably look at I guess if you don't want to see me look at the tracks again, we don't have to. But if I do, then I'll definitely talk more about that there. But yes, that's how I would say it. Like, Soul Outsider for me is number 1, then Infernal Combustion for sure, and then the rest is, like, I can enjoy some of it, but, like, you know, not really to the same degree as the others. Cell vs. Metals track is fine, you know. And I think there are some parts of Aang vs. Traveler's track that actually sound quite good. Miracle Men, I think, works really well, like, in the anime. It's kind of like Mind Over Matter for Martian Manhunter vs. Silver Surfers. Like, some tracks just really, like, work a lot better in the actual animation, right? That's the way it goes sometimes. But yeah, right now Infernal Combustion and Soul Outsider, I would say, are the ones where, like, I would hold them in that higher regard, you know, to when I say, like, Death Battle does such great music, like, that's what I would do. Imagine Absolute Joker versus Ultimate Goblin for the next one. That's another one where it's like, that feels like a very easy one to do. Wow, so really, we could keep this joke going forever. We could keep submitting Joker versus Green Goblin, like, really until the end of time. Holy shit. Like I said, the person who does that is currently not a member, and I don't want anyone to be like, oh, well, I have to use the money that I'm paying for this to sacrifice my submission and to just keep this joke going. I don't want anyone to feel like they have to do that. But I mean, if anyone did want to, that would be quite funny. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of ways you can keep that going. Yeah, thank you for the super chat. That's a really good idea. Yeah. What's your favorite Batman villain versus Spider-Man villain matchup with and without Mysterio versus Scarecrow? That might be the obvious answer. Mysterio versus Scarecrow is my number one. Yeah. Without that, I mean, probably either Joker versus Green Goblin or Sandman versus Clayface. Do we count Black Cat versus Catwoman? They're not really like true villains anymore. I would consider them more just like Spider-Man and Batman characters. I feel like depending on my mood, it could change between Joker versus Green Goblin and Sandman versus Clayface. Right now, I'm more of a Joker versus Green Goblin mood, probably because we're doing the Ballot Banter thing right now. But it's difficult. It's hard to say. I feel like I enjoy Miracle Men more than most, but that ominous cello during the Void's monologue goes hard. Yes, yes. All tracks have like good elements to them, regardless, right? We can always find something good to enjoy. That's the Killing Joke. Yep. Very, very well said. I would technically consider Black Cat versus Catwoman as they can be antagonists of Batman and Spidey. Yes. I mean, like, if you're trying... I would maybe prefer than using, like, more general terms, like, you know, what's your favorite Batman versus Spider-Man character matchup? Because they are not always villains. But... fine, fair enough. Black Cat versus Catwoman would, amongst the others, I think, be higher. Man-Bat versus Morbius, I've gone to... Morbius, I don't... like, is that even a Spider-Man villain? Morbius has sometimes been more of a good guy than anything. That's one that kind of fluctuates for me as well. There are definitely a few of them out there. It always goes back to the thing where, like, I really don't feel like we need all of them. But whichever one's Death Battle decides to choose, I'm sure I can get something out of it. And Alex, thank you so much for the $5. For me personally, Metal as Cell holds a special place. I appreciate that Cell's theme and What I'm Made Of are both referenced in the track. Yes, absolutely. I do feel like musical references are kind of expected these days. Like, I do know, like, I always say, like, oh, it's always a matter of expectations and such, but I do feel like with how they've progressed with their track making capabilities, you kind of want there to be more of, like, more references than maybe there would be before. But yeah, if you can appreciate that, that's really good. Yeah. Metal as Cell, I think, is probably, like, I have to think about it maybe a little longer, but I think Metal as Cell would probably be my number 3 out of what's come out this year. I'm really interested in seeing what I almost said Kai versus Tahu's track sounds like. I am curious to see how they take that. Because that could turn out to be cool too. It's Morbin time, Raptor. Hell yeah, it is. I think I'm gonna finish my water. Yeah, I feel like I can work off of one water for every stream as long as I just don't go too fast. I love Denji Yuji's track. Yeah, Infernal Combustion. That was one where when I first heard it, I was like, I don't know about this. But like the more I listen to it, it's like, like I'm just jamming out to it. Yeah. What are your thoughts on the Old Man Logan versus the Last Roman Death Battle cast? I have not gone through all of it, but I'm very happy that they did it. Seems like they brought up a lot of cool stuff I would definitely like to see them bring up in the episode. And I know the cast is not indicative of like how they're going to rule things or how exactly they're going to phrase things or whatever. But yeah, like, again, the fact that they did it as a cast gives me more hope that they will do it at some point. So very happy at the very least that they just did it, right? And now that we have more Last Ronin stuff hopefully coming out, and with X-Men getting popular again, like both in the cartoons and hopefully in the movies as well, I'm hoping maybe within the next couple of years we could. Please, fingers crossed. Seriously, Man-Bat versus Morbius. Man-Bat versus the Lizard is right there, Raptor. Yes, it is. That's another one you could say for Man-Bat. I kind of feel, though, that like Morbius and Lizard kind of have like nearly all the same connections with Man-Bat as each other. But then Morbius also has the Bat connection, and you can also just put Lizard with Killer Croc at that point. Although, to be fair, Lizard versus Killer Croc is one of those, like, Spider-Man versus Batman matchups that I wouldn't say I like as much. You can go with either one, realistically. But yeah, Man-Bat versus Morbius, I think, is, like, my knee-jerk reaction. You could very easily do either of them. Yeah. Should there be more Ranger matchups outside of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers appearing on Death Battle? I think so. The main ones that I watched were Jungle Fury and an Overdrive. So again, what we talked about earlier with Mac from Overdrive potentially being a Zane opponent. So that was one of the main ones I watched. Also Jungle Fury. It doesn't have to be one of those, of course, but those are the ones that would just get me the most excited. Yeah, they should go a little outside Mighty Morphin, I think. As much as it might be cool to see Tommy get a third episode where he can flex a little bit more with his own fighting capability. Sort of like the Final Fantasy problem, right? Where it's like, we kind of want to see some characters come back, but there's also more avenues of the IP that we can explore. If Kai vs. Tahu doesn't have a Weekend Whip reference, then we riot. A man has fallen into the lava in Lego City. Do you have a preferred Kane matchup? I'm just gonna be honest and say no. At this point, I've gotten a little bit more into some of them, like Kane versus Monica, I actually think could potentially work. It sounds pretty interesting. I know there's also, like, there's Kane versus Tenna, Kane versus Mr. Puzzles, even though I might be a bit more, like, you know, Vox versus Mr. Puzzles, but, like, I understand preferring Kane for that. So it's hard for me. I'll say probably either Monica or Tenna. Well, there's also Michael. There's also Michael, which would be a very, like, from The Good Place, right? That would also be very interesting. The problem is that there's, like, kind of like Judge Holden, as we talked about today, there's a lot of different ways you can make matchups surrounding this character. It kind of just depends on what you want or what you think Death Battle would do well with. I'll say probably one of those three, Monica, Michael, or Tenna, but I don't know. There's just so many out there for him. Thank you, Mr. Goodies, for the $2. Thank you. Thoughts on Sir Daniel Fortesque Death Battle matchups? Can you remind me who that character is? Actually, I'm probably drawing a blank. If you can give me some more context for that character, maybe I'll be able to answer that. I'm not 100% sure I'm remembering who that is right now. But if you give me that, maybe it'll jog my memory a little bit, or maybe I'll come up with something. But just give me a little bit of information about who that is, just so I remember. I'd imagine Skeletor versus Lord Zed happens first because we got a non-Mighty Morphin episode. Well, you know, regardless, Skeletor versus Lord Zed, I think is going to be our next Power Rangers episode. You could even argue it's going to happen this year because of the Masters of the Universe movie. That could realistically be our Halloween episode. I think Freddy Krueger versus Pennywise also makes a lot of sense as this year's Halloween episode. So really, I think it's going to be one of those two, probably. Kind of want to see alt versions of game characters, like with Sonic, you got Prime Sonic, Dark Sonic, Excalibur, and Darkspine, rather than just game Super Sonic. If you have a good enough reason behind it, I think that works. I kind of have a bit of an aversion to just using other versions of characters just because you want to, as opposed to just, like, including it, because, like, why not include everything, right? So I do get that, though. Like, if there's, like, a good enough matchup that works specifically for that version of the character, then sure. But doing it just to do it, I'm not the biggest advocate for that, but it's totally fine if you are. A non-Mighty Morphin Power Rangers matchup I thought of is Fox McCloud versus Sky Tate, Power Rangers SPD. I think they have solid connections. It would be cool. I would be interested in that mostly for Fox, I'll be honest. Fox, I would like to see get another episode. Or maybe just more Star Fox in general. I want Wolf. I want my Smash Bros. Boy, Wolf, to get an episode. Can we get that, please? That'd be great. Sir Daniel is a skeleton knight guy from Medieval. Medieval court jester whose exaggerated tales got him undeserved knighthood. Then he brought back and became a genuine hero. Okay, Sir Dan is also in PlayStation All-Star, so of course he's multiverse. Right, yeah, you crossed over with Fortnite, you solo everyone. You're in Smash, you're in whatever, yeah, always. That's always how it fucking works. Okay, so it's not a matter of me forgetting the character. I literally don't think I've heard of that character. I think I've heard of the series before, Medieval. Court jester whose exaggerated tales got him undeserved knighthood. Then he brought back and became a genuine hero. Okay, so it's the sort of thing about, like, the whole imposter, it would have to be like an imposter syndrome sort of thing, I think, or like, I don't think this is exactly a one-to-one comparison, but my first thought is like a Booster Gold type character where like kind of masquerading as something but then learning how to actually do it right. It definitely needs to be something like that. I'm sure there are probably more like overt examples that I'm just not thinking about right now because again I haven't really heard of the character, but definitely something that focuses on that I feel like needs to be the play with that. Which series is more forced into matchups in your opinion? More forced? I mean, I do think the amount of Kamen Rider matchups that we get is kind of insane. I don't want to say it's forced into it because there are a lot of characters that are there that you can make matchups with. And of course, because we haven't had any Kamen Rider on Death Battle yet, it's like, is that really the thing we want to complain about? That like, oh, we have so much Kamen Rider. Like the stuff that's like most forced, I don't know if maybe like, do I want to say the Amazing Digital Circus? I don't know. I feel like Kane is like the one character that works the best for that. But some people maybe take that a little too far because a lot of that series really is like non-combative. So I don't know, maybe I would say that just because it's like the hot new thing right now. It's difficult. It's really difficult to say because I feel like a lot of things just do work for Death Battle and it would be great to because we can't really have anything happen on Death Battle without the conversation starting first, right? At least most of the time. So I don't know. I don't want to say anything is like super duper forced because you know, I feel like it's kind of unproductive, you know? Thank you, Alex Chen, for the $5. You guys are great with the super chats. I agree. I would like to see Wolf get on Death Battle. I would also love to see Falco get an episode. Yeah. Wolf, of course, I have a big bias towards because of Smash and all that. But yes, more Star Fox in general. Fox, I think himself, you could find opponents for him, but I feel like a lot of the opponents you could potentially find for him have other opponents that like people would prefer more. Like I've heard Fox versus Star-Lord a little bit, which actually sounds kind of interesting maybe, but I feel like Star-Lord would more than likely fight somebody else. And I don't even know if that's really worth doing, but like that's just an example, right? Definitely, I would prefer Star-Lord for Fox over Rocket Raccoon for Fox, I'll say that. But yeah, Wolf, I know Wolf has like he has a Power Rangers opponent, right? Like another one from like SPD. Also Boba Fett, that one would be a very like, that would be a nostalgia trip for me. Like I love Boba, I love Wolf. Both of the, like that matchup would be great, you know, just to see. A little disappointed that he fought Predator instead, but I knew it was going to happen, you know. But yes, thank you so much for the super chat. Vivzy Pop is the most forced. Yeah, that one also kind of crossed my mind. The whole like Has-Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss universe sort of thing. But again, like I don't want to go after like, well, Has-Been Hotel really isn't like indie anymore, right? Like that's on like Prime Video and stuff. Well, it depends on how you classify it. But I don't really want to go after that stuff, right? I don't think it's a bad thing that that gets talked about in the series. You could argue that like they deserve that extra time because, you know, not a lot of people know about it, right? Like they should get introduced to stuff like that. It's just difficult to say. Everyone having a Kamen Rider matchup is a Death Battle community meme at this point. Outside of Geats versus Nero, Cat versus Ichigo, and Dragon versus Zio, I don't know if any matchup needs to happen. Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to say in my most recent video, like talking about the hot takes and all that. Like, I think even if you like series a lot, there's a certain point where you have to realize, okay, a character does not need to be on Death Battle this many times. A series doesn't need to be on Death Battle this many times. And that's basically the way I see it here, that like the amount of Kamen Rider matchups we get, while it can be funny, is very disproportional to the amount that like we would actually see on Death Battle, you know? Like, I really hope there aren't a lot of people seeing all these matchups and thinking that, oh yeah, Death Battle's totally gonna get to all of them eventually. That's just not realistic, right? But of course, you know, I don't hate Kamen Rider. Well, don't love Kamen Rider. I don't hate Kamen Rider. I do want it to get its fair share of episodes, but a big emphasis on fair. I'll leave it at that. What's your most favorite Death Battle matchup and most favorite Death Battle matchup that Death Battle has done? Side note, Wobbly Life and Human Fall Flat are popular game series. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you for that clarification. Favorite Death Battle matchup that Death Battle has done? Stitch versus Rocket. Favorite matchup, I assume you mean then the Death Battle has yet to do? probably Mickey Mouse versus Bugs Bunny. Yeah. I mean, there's lots of great matchups out there, right? But before Stitch versus Rocket happened, what would have been my favorite matchup that Death Battle's done? I don't know. That would have been a difficult question. Winter Soldier versus Red Hood would have been up there. But yeah, Stitch versus Rocket now I can say is my favorite of what they've done. Just as far as like the matchup itself, at least. Is it my favorite episode? No, but it's still my favorite matchup that exists, that Death Battle's done. Well, I guess whether that Death Battle has done, and also out of the ones that they haven't done. I remember back in the day, people thought that Wolf versus Boba Fett was going to happen as a dark horse. Obviously, Boba Fett vs. Predator happened instead. Yeah, I didn't even entertain the thought of, like, getting excited for Boba Fett versus Wolf, because I'm like, it's just not going to happen. It's going to be Boba Fett versus Predator. You could call that, like, if Boba Fett did come back to fight Wolf, you could call that him getting, like, his 4th episode, even though I think it's more like a 3rd episode. And that's when we're like, I don't really know if there's a good reason to bring Boba Fett back again. Like, I guess there is the Book of Boba Fett stuff, but, like, and like when he returned for like the Mandalorian and stuff, but they kind of already touched on that in Boba Fett versus Predator, right? A lot of that was already out by that point. It's just the kind of thing where like my bias would take over. Like I love Boba Fett, I love Wolf, hell yeah. But really, I do want Wolf on Death Battle either way. Raptor, I'm going into my first year of college. Any advice? What advice would I give? Definitely make find your people. Not just in the sense of having people to help you get through the experience, but also, you know, it could potentially lead to future job prospects. Like I think university is one of the easiest ways that you can make really good connections with people. So I would definitely I would say don't, you know, keep to yourself the entire time. Don't try to, I don't know the kind of person you are, of course, but like don't try to hide yourself away too much. Like try to make those connections. At very least it'll help you, you know, it'll make the experience more bearable, because the social aspect really is the best aspect of university and college and all that. But it could also potentially help you later. You never know. I would also say enjoy yourself. Don't take things seriously, but don't take things so seriously to the point where you're forgetting why you're there. You're there to ultimately like get more experience, prepare yourself a little bit better for the workforce and all that. Because it can be fun. It will be stressful. It will be, but it can be fun too. So just try your best to make sure it's fun too. That's the best I can say, I think. Thoughts on Batman Beyond vs. Spider-Man 2099 as a remake? I honestly think it's better than Bruce vs. Peter remake, regardless if it's a regular composite like Hellbat and Cosmic. Yeah, no, I could see them going that route, doing a rematch for that one, especially after the Death Battle cast. Like, it does seem like there's definitely a lot of cool stuff they could do. One of the things that really pissed me off, though, was when Across the Spider-Verse came out and people were saying like, oh, after watching Across the Spider-Verse, there's no way Batman Beyond would beat him. And it's like, okay, maybe you're right. Maybe Spider-Man 2099 would most likely be Batman Beyond. Maybe Death Battle got some things wrong before, but it was not going to be because they made Spider-Man 2099 look so cool in a movie. You understand he's still doing more impressive things in the comics. That's almost always the way that it works, right? You're just having a high off of that movie and thinking like, oh, he was so cool. He was doing such cool things. There's no way Terry would be able to beat him. And it's like, maybe Terry wouldn't beat him, but that's not the reason why. Holy fuck. And like, it would be different if like he was doing things that actually were better than what he was doing in the comics, but he really wasn't, right? So, sorry, just had to get that out a little bit. That would be cool if Death Battle revisited that one. Okay, we are now a little after 5 o'clock right now, which means we've been streaming for 4 hours. I will log off probably within like 15 minutes, maybe even earlier. So if you want to get like any final questions in, make sure you do that. Again, I won't be able to answer everything, but still. But yeah, I'll probably be logging off in about 15 minutes. Hope you guys have enjoyed this time together. Probably the longest Ballot Banter stream that we've had. Usually I find that they end like at least somewhat soon after we finish the Ballot Bantering, but I've actually had quite a lot of fun talking to you guys. I usually do, but sometimes I'm also just really, really tired. I guess I am kind of tired right now. Which Halloween matchup is underrated in your opinion? I do like the Universal movie Monsters Battle Royale. That one's fun. Although I do know there are other people that like that one too. Gremlins versus Critters, I would like to see that. I have a whole video on this, by the way, about Halloween matchups if you want to check that out. There's also Aya Brea versus Jill Valentine, which is more recent. I don't know if that needs to be a Halloween episode, but that one I also think is kind of underrated just in general. I like Rocket understanding Stitch. Yeah, you have to, because the fact he can understand Groot, there is such a perfect through line for Stitch saying all the offensive stuff and Rocket being like, what? So good. Like, that, to me, that was a requirement to put in there. I would have been actively disappointed if they didn't. How's the Wiz plush going? I haven't gotten any updates on it. I imagine it's going to show up at around the same time as when the Boomstick one did. I've still paid for it. It better show up. I had a bit of an issue with like confirming the order with U2s, and I double checked with them and they said it was confirmed. So it better show up. If it doesn't show up, I'm gonna be pissed as hell. What's your preferred matchup for Spidey? I know he has a lot, including his own Kamen Rider opponent. Yeah, at this point, I don't know. I don't know. It's so hard. At this point, it's like whatever Death Battle does, I think I just have to accept it, you know? I know there is Spider-Man versus Joseph Joestar, actually, which would be like two of my most wanted characters, like one of my most wanted returner and one of my most wanted new characters coming together. That would be kind of cool. But at this point, it's like, I don't think Spider-Man has an opponent I'm going to be completely satisfied with, but I want him to show up so bad that it's like, Death Battle, do whatever the hell you want. I'd be fine with whatever. I think I failed at making connections. Honestly, I should have made more connections than I did. This is part of the reason why I have this advice to give, because I feel like I definitely could have made more than I did. So, you know, you learn through life, right? That's the main thing I would say, though. Like, just try to put yourself out there, because life is kind of all about putting yourself out there in some way. So university is a good time to get yourself used to that. Have you seen any good matchups for you, Narukami? I've seen Soma Cruz from Castlevania be one for him. I don't really know that much about that character, but so I guess I'm gonna say no, because clearly I haven't seen any matchups that have really stuck out to me for me to not really remember them. But okay, that's a name I can definitely keep in mind. Thank you so much, Ranger Forever, for the super chat with Kai versus Tahu coming. What other LEGO matchups do you want to see from shows, movies, video games, etc.? There is obviously Emmett versus Jesse. I would prefer that over Emmett versus Steve. That's a big one I want to see. I will also be talking about Chaos versus Lord Vortek in the next versus matchup review video. You guys know that I also do like Chaos versus Superhero Squad Dr. Doom. That's one of my most wanted death battles. But I do have some things to say about that one, even in spite of that. So I'll wait for that, but I'll bring that one up now just for that purpose. And there's also other Ninjago stuff that would be cool too, for sure. There's other one. Raptor, do you like Spike versus Venom? Spike from Buffy, do you mean? It's okay. Well, we have to stick to like regular Venom, like Eddie Brock, just like normal Venom for that. It's all right, I guess. I can see that. I've heard it a little bit. Yeah, it's not a Buffy matchup where I'd really be itching for it, but if Death Battle did, it'd be like, okay, cool, more Buffy representation. Although it would be Venom coming back again, like normally. I do kind of feel like if Death Battle's gonna bring back Venom, they need to lean into that godlyhood, because that's like the way to justify giving Venom a third episode, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's really what you should do. But still, that seems like a cool idea. Damn, only 6 people are watching right now. That's okay. I don't mind if only 6 people are watching. 6 people I'm spending some time with. That's way better than what it used to be. No, I'm kidding. I have friends. I do actually. I'm gonna be seeing one of my friends pretty soon. We're gonna be hanging out a little bit. But yeah, I have friends. I promise. But of course, I don't mind if only 6 people are watching. You guys are clearly still decently engaged with what we're talking about. That's all I could ask for. So that's more than fine. And thank you so much, Alex, for another $20. Sometimes people can let their hype for a piece of media influence their judgment on how they would fare against another opponent. Absolutely true. Some people claim that Reze would beat Bakugo, even though it's an obvious stomp for Bakugo. To be fair, I don't know if I would say that's the best example, because that's one where a lot of people were just joking on Twitter that Reze would beat Bakugo. Although, like with all matchups, I'm sure there were still some examples of people unironically thinking that. But yeah, no. It's very difficult for some reason for people to separate who they want to win or just their own perception of how cool and powerful a series is. You know, separating that from like who would actually win if you give an equal amount of leeway and respect and energy and thought towards both the series, right? It's what I always say that, like, to me, a conclusion making logical sense to me is way more important than my preferred character winning, because I find it very easy to separate those two ideas. If I hate character A and I love character B, but I think character A realistically destroys, but then character B wins for no good reason, that is way worse to me. I'm not going to be satisfied with that verdict, even if my preferred character won. Because to me, that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about who we like more. We're talking about who we think wins in a fight by the most logical reasoning that we can come up with. So, like, come on. I don't know. I just find it very weird that, like, there aren't that many other people, or at least not many people in the vocal minority, that can do that. What is your preferred Tasmanian Devil Looney Tunes matchup in your opinion? Maybe Animal from Muppets. Maybe. That's the one that my mind jumps to, but I'm going to say a hard maybe on that. Funny Valentine versus Armstrong could be the next JoJo fight since Part 7's coming back. Could be. Venom deserves a 3rd episode, though, just so they could get his characterization right. His prior 2 episodes made him a black-colored Carnage. Yeah, it'd be cool if maybe they could emphasize more of, like, the funny nature of Venom, because Venom is a funnier character than Carnage, like, in universe. He is still kind of insane, but he does play off a lot more with, like the humor, you know? I would still prefer it if they could also lean more into the godlyhood, just because that's another good reason to bring him back, but that is fair. I am so lonely. All the other power scalers are scared of me. I'm not trying to say that I'm better than anyone through all this, because I know at the end of the day, we are talking about stupid shit. We're all just sharing our opinions, right? But it is something I feel like it does confuse me why there aren't more examples I can see where it's like, people are like, oh yeah, no, especially when people say stuff like, I didn't agree with the result, but my preferred character won, so it's fine with me. It's like, really? That's what you're prioritizing when we're doing death battles? Like, I don't know. I would laugh my ass off if they did Doctor Doom episode in December. It's Superhero Squad Doom versus Chaos. Holy, I mean, honestly, I want that matchup more, to be fair, but like, Doom versus Vecna feels like the one that, if they're going to do a Doom matchup in December, feels like the one they should do, but that would actually be hilarious. Yeah. That's a great idea. It was a fun stream. Have a good day. You have a good day as well, of course. What's been your favorite track of the year? So far, Soul Outsider, but we'll see what else comes up. There might be one I like even more. With the Venom versus Spawn, please. I mean, yeah, if you want to use the god, I mean, that'd be like a third episode for each of them. But I guess if you do lean into the godlyhood, that's a good, or that's a decent at least matchup. You could put Venom in there. With the new Odyssey movie that came out, what are your thoughts on Odysseus versus Sinbad as a matchup? I mean, something with Odysseus sounds like it could be fun. Sinbad specifically, I don't know I would want to look at the other matchups that he has more so before I land on anything specifically. But something with Odysseus, sure, bring it on. Odyssey was such a good movie, yeah. Both Oppenheimer and Odyssey, like, back-to-back Nolan knockouts. And not to say that, like, he's had that many bad... Well, I didn't really love Tenet that much, I'll be honest. But those were, like, two... Like, I would still say those are two of his best movies, at least out of what I've seen. Just back-to-back. So even amongst his own movies, like, that's crazy. That's great. Me when the soul is outside, get back in here. Yeah, that happens to me all the time. My soul does not like it in here, but thankfully I've clamped down on it pretty hard. Lego Doom versus Chaos incoming. Well, again, if it's going to be like Chaos versus a Lego thing, I think it's just going to be Lord Vortek. Dr. Doom, of course, would appeal to more people in general. I guess just from the name Dr. Doom, even if not a lot of people have seen Superhero Squad show. But Lord Vortek is the one I think is just more popular within the community itself, you know? Thank you, Mr. Goodies, so much. We're definitely going to be wrapping it up, like, very soon, but thank you, Mr. Goodies. Thank you so much for the $5. Thoughts on Gex versus Bubsy? Death Battle has been streaming Bubsy for some reason lately. Yes, I have tuned in on some of Ben's streams for Gex versus Bubsy, including the one where Gex was Bubsy. Yeah, that's been a lot of fun right now. And getting what I've gotten from the Death Battle cast, it seems like one of those matchups where it's like, what the fuck? Like, these characters can do all of that? Are you kidding me? Like, it seems like one of those matchups, and those are always so much fun. Gex versus Bubsy is definitely something I would be in support of now. So we'll see if Death Battle gets to it at some point. Ben very much is aware of the matchup, and it seems like he likes it. But I don't want to say it's definitely going to be a matter of when and not if, because everything's still an if, right? But it is something they could very much get to, yeah. Random question, Raptor, but if Zelda herself would get back, especially after the movie coming out, what would you be preferred? Whether it's a new opponent or a rematch against Peach. I don't know if I would mind a rematch between Zelda versus Peach that much, actually. At least compared to other rematches that people talk about. I think it is one of the better ones. And I haven't heard many other main opponents for Zelda, actually. It usually is just Peach. So tentatively, I'm gonna say Peach. But it might depend on what else I hear and if there's like another really good matchup. Because even if it's like the same quality of Zelda versus Peach, I would always prioritize a new character, a new character over like a rematch, right? If it's like the same level of quality. But if Zelda versus Peach really is her best, then yeah, it might be nice to see both of them come back. And thank you, Santiago, for your super chat. What do you think about Crash Bandicoot versus Rayman? Yeah, that's a good one. Rayman is one of those characters where a lot of people will just choose their preferred based on the character they know best. I feel like a lot of matchups do work in very similar ways, like similar levels of effectiveness as each other for Rayman. I think Rayman versus Klonoa is also fine. I think that one also works quite well. And some people have other opponents for Crash, like Donkey Kong. But nothing wrong with Crash versus Rayman. I think that could be a very fun episode. Okay, I think this is probably where we're going to wrap it up. Thank you guys so much for being here. Again, to all the people that I gifted memberships, hope you guys enjoy your memberships. And for all the people who bought them or who gifted them, again, a shout out to Kinjorix, of course, for gifting those memberships again. That is incredible of you. But generally speaking, yes, I hope you guys enjoy all of your memberships. And if you want to submit for Ballot Banter, I will have that reopened either later today or sometime tomorrow. You join the Discord if you want to submit for those. And if you're just interested in being a member in general, you can click the join button and see what it has to offer. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the Ballot Banter and all that. Hope you guys enjoyed watching. Even if there's 6 people or 10 people or however many people, always appreciate you guys being here. We will have another stream. Hopefully I'll ironed out what we're doing for the next stream a little better by the time we get there. But thank you guys as always so much for your messages, especially again for those who are super chatting, gifting memberships. You guys are the absolute best. For all my members, of course, as well, you guys are the absolute best. But yeah, I'll see everyone later. Have a good night.